During Nigeria's post-independence years, in 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming committee in Nigeria, We had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed, consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that establish it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agents. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who had been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it. so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level, they will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my stand is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came over and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20% if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%.
Previously.
Now, not previously. Right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to the pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So just are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. on 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. Okay, it is only NELPON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have on the NELPON, even before transferring everything to NELPON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as NELPON is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents will insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either NELPON to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for NELPON, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to NELPON, which is like reducing what NELPON is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before NELPON is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that needs to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that person, that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money. Do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Well, you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. and the northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it in a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your breakfast show. This is SBL, SOUQ Business Landscape. It's a beautiful Monday in the city of Lagos, and we are reaching you from the beautiful towers here on Marina. This is SOUQ News, SOUQ News Television. Let's start this beautiful day by saying congratulations to every football lover and the Super Eagles for the bronze they brought back home. Thank you for beating Egypt. At least we've settled that particular fight. And also congratulations to Senegal. You guys did well. Thank you very much. And CAF, you will do better next time. Yes, today on SBL, we'll be looking at poverty alleviation issues as it concerns the budgeting. Some particular amount has been set aside for alleviation issues, and it's less than 1%. We'll talk about that on the table. Also, we'll be going to Anambra State and be looking at what they are doing with junior secondary schools, getting them ready to get their hands dirty and learn some good work. Not just paper certification. A lot will be talked about here. We'll ask ourselves some major questions too. Dangote is up and is asking his workers and the refinery direct questions. Can we produce more? Yes. Okay, what can we do for Nigeria? These are questions this table will be bringing up today. I'm not alone here today, and I'm very, very happy to tell you that Amin is here and the Oracle himself is here. Good morning, Amin.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chus. Good morning, Doctor.
It's nice seeing you.
Same here. How was your weekend?
The weekend was good. I can't complain. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, viewers. Chicks, good morning. Hotel. Pleasure to be on the stage with you this morning. And I think that's my first time, actually.
With Mukhtar?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's a very good one. So, viewers, remember, let's go on all the social media platforms. All of it. Just look for SOUQ News Television. It's not difficult. SOUQ News Television. We are there. Follow us. Like us. Comment, but most importantly, share. Let your neighbors, friends, co-workers know that we are here, and let's do life together. Yes, now let's get straight to our first story for today, and that has to do with the budgeting and poverty alleviation. Now, federal government allocated less than 1% to poverty project. Yeah, people are talking. NGOs are talking, but let's get to hear this first. The federal government plans to spend 206.5 billion on poverty alleviation-related projects in 2026 budgets, far below 1% of the proposed 58.4847 trillion, total expenditure submitted to the National Assembly. The allocation cut across selected programs, explicitly targeted at poverty-focused in ministries, departments, agencies, and along provision captured under the service-wide vote. A review of project-level data in 2026 appropriation bill shows total poverty-related allocation at 206.5 billion. Now, against the proposed 58.47 trillion. The amount represents 0.35% of total federal expenditure for the fiscal year, underscore limited budgetary weight given to targeted poverty reduction initiative. Now, when compared with the proposed capital expenditure, 23.21 trillion naira of the poverty alleviation envelope accounts for roughly 0.89%. Analysts say the figure raises question about the scale of fiscal commitment to poverty reduction amid rising living costs and unemployment pressures across the country. Okay. Now, there has been a whole lot of story up and down, even in this particular side of it. Doc, over the weekend, we had this particular discourse on the group, and the question was, is China a socialist country? Is China a communist country? Now, let's bring this back home. Should we be focused on poverty alleviation, or should we be focused on getting the people to work?
Well, I think you already know where
you are going
where I stand on this issue. I'm absolutely against anything called poverty alleviation funding, because it's actually not meeting or even working for the purpose for which actually government is setting it, because the people who actually need the money don't get it. My experience on the field. So if PDP is doing poverty alleviation, it's giving to their party steward and giving to their party supporter in the villages.
Okay.
Other parties are excluded. Now it's APC turn to do poverty alleviation. It's the same process. So we're actually not alleviating any poverty. We are actually funding patronage, and that is what it is. And I don't think that is a systematic way to deal with poverty. Though globally, I am actually against all these social programs, because instead of actually encouraging people to work, we are supporting laziness. And I think that is what it is. There's a lot of people who need just 5,000 to do some job, and they are out there. Government can target them. And so, because we don't have data, it's difficult for you to actually know who is poor and who you are giving this money to. I think the only country in the world who has been able to successfully do a poverty alleviation project is India. And the reason is simple, because India has been able to number their citizens and give everybody a card, and banks are open for every Indian. They know the number of people who are actually poor. So rather than India giving money to individuals' hand, they actually pay subsidy now to the very poor Indians. And those people take it straight from government, and then they go and spend. But we don't have that data. So you have a situation, a friend of mine who was working, I think during the reign of late Akeredolu, told me something. When they were doing this conditional cash transfer, 10,000 in Ondo State, he told me, you see, the people who have distributed it, who are also government agents, they take 2,000 and give 8,000 to the people. Now he was asking them, I said, why will you be taking 2,000? You're already okay. Now, you say 2,000 in 1 million places amount to something. Now, you can imagine the kind of thinking that surrounds this kind of poverty funding. So I think that if government really is interested in solving poverty, we should get the people to work. Not dashing people money. The example that I was sharing with people was Falike in Lagos here, was doing an empowerment program for some people in Ikeja. And these guys came to the venue. The people who were recruiting the guy to come to the venue to learn the skill shared the money 60-40 with the people. And then the people actually came in there, signed in, but never learned the skill.
Which happens to be the most important part of the whole thing.
So this has been happening. Where you even find some people who were working because we didn't have data, they were enrolled in Empower, and they were collecting the 30,000, which of course government think was given to somebody who was poor, but they were actually working somewhere. So we don't have data. Until government sort out data issue, we should not be throwing this money away, because really it hasn't affected the rate of poverty reduction in Nigeria. If you look at how much we have spent from the days of Goodluck Jonathan till now, how much Nigeria has invested.
From the days of Babangida?
Let's even take it closer. From the days of Jonathan till now, how much government has invested in poverty eradication, and then we are getting poorer. I think we should think properly and see how we can get people to do basic things. I was sharing with Dr. General Bureau for Public Service Reform, and I said, look, there's something we can do. We have enough arable land. Can government actually put this money together and take one big, massive land to say, okay, what we're going to do, we will be self-sufficient in rice production, and look for those young people that are poor and get them employed and give them a farmhouse where they can be productive, rather than throw the money away.
Okay. Before I come to you, let me ask you this same question. Now, social services, what is it called? Action Aid is saying that, okay, good and fine, that we are spending too less on social services, and they are warning that in 2026, more people are going to get poor. Same thing was coming from PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. They are saying 61% of Nigerians are living under poverty, and it's going to get worse in 2026, at the end of 2027. Now, let me pull this same thing. The government over the last 2 years has created industrial hubs. Government over the last 2 years has created labs, direct labs. They've gone ahead and done some direct money swap with China. A whole lot of policy has been done that people are supposed to get there and access. Why are people not accessing it? Talking about agriculture, Niger State government said, if you can come, we'll give you land. It doesn't matter where you are from. We'll give you a place to stay. If you plant and harvest, we'll buy off you. Why are people not taking advantage of all this?
Yeah, but that's it, because there's so much free money around. That's the way I see it. And it's not just Nigeria alone. Recently, there was a debate in the United Kingdom about whether government should continue to fund people who are hale and hearty with social schemes. Because you find that the number was increasing. People go to line up and take money and then, of course, become lazy. And that's a big problem. And that's why I say civilization is going down in the West. And that's what's also happening to most African countries. We need to be able to get people to work. I grew up in an environment where people work, do hard labor to earn a living. Now, what you have, enough young people who should be in the farm, they sit on the road. You can take a walk around Lagos to see where people this early morning that they are drinking or smoking. That's not poverty.
They are growing an industry.
That's laziness. So we should not fund laziness. That's my view.
Okay.
Action Aid have their perspective on it. PwC have their perspective on it. And I have not seen anywhere in the world where people throw money at poverty and it killed it. And I don't think it is possible.
Okay. Let's now come to you. You are well traveled. China did what most nations were unable to do. In the shortest period of time, they pulled an entire population out of poverty. How can we replicate that here in Nigeria?
The best way to replicate that in Nigeria, number one, is to make sure that we have reforms, transformative reforms that will catalyze productivity. That is the most important thing. Then when we have that, we have to invest heavily in our infrastructure. From your submission, I believe that is what the editor is talking about, how we are funding a lot of capital projects and leaving social service. Because, like Dr. rightly said, he said it all, social service cannot kill poverty. It cannot. It's never worked anywhere and it's never going to work. Socialism is why Venezuela is a failed state today.
Yeah, Cuba.
Today, in North America, Americans and Canada are looking for immigrants for their economy because a lot of their citizens simply just sit down and get unemployment check every week. So they need immigrants to come and work for the economy to work. And that is why the immigrant is so important. Every year, they don't really like the immigrants, but it's important they have immigrants to work because their own citizens benefit from all of these social schemes, like Dr. rightly said, and they don't work. And you need people to work for the economy to move forward. So, and in Nigeria, we romanticize poverty too much. We hate prosperity, and somehow people just think that people can dash them money out of poverty. It's never worked, and it will never work. Like Doctor said, if you drive, I don't want to say all over Lagos, if you drive from Lekki-Epe Expressway, you see at least 1,000 people begging for money on that stretch. On that stretch.
1,000 able-bodied
people on that stretch. About 50% of them are kids that are supposed to be in school. Now, let's assume that their parents cannot put them in school. I know for a fact that those kids, if they learn how to be a organizer by the roadside, they will get their 3 square meal and be able to go home with at least 1,000 naira every day. Because to gauge 1 tire in Lagos today is 1,000 naira. Yeah. So they will be able to go home with at least 1,000 a day.
Why will a kid not be in school in Lagos when public school in Lagos is free? Absolutely and totally free. My wife teaches in a primary school in Lagos State here. They are begging children to come to school. And in short, the other day, he was telling me their director came and said they are not doing enough to go beg kids to come to school. So you can understand the mindset of our poverty. There's not actually the fact that infrastructure is not even there. He told me what provisions that government is making every day to see that these kids come to school. But yet they are still on the street, like you said.
And local government chairmen are giving back to school packages to kids, which consists of pen, pencil, books, backpack, feeding bottles, what have you. Free school uniforms. They are funding this in their numbers. And it is so shameful that we are feeding a monster that, God forbid, is going to consume us one day. Because the elites, the most educated people, are the people that live on that axis, that Lekki-Epe. And those are the ones that give 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 naira cash to kids that are supposed to be in school. In their own initiative, they think they're doing something noble. They think they're doing something good. But they are encouraging poverty. They are encouraging what will eventually turn to robbery on that axis. And God forbid, that might turn to a terrorist cell, because this is how Boko Haram started in the north. It's by Almajiri kids that were left on the streets without guidance, without monitoring, that people took, brainwashed, and turned them against the states. So if we are not careful, we might be breeding another set of criminals. God knows what they will be up to in the next future. And Lagos is the center of excellence. I believe the Commissioner of Education is listening, the Commissioner for Women and Children, and the governor itself, the First Lady. We cannot have 4-year-old, 3-year-old, 5-year-old on the streets begging on the Monday morning. And this is child trafficking in broad daylight, because these are parents hiding somewhere in the shade. They send the kids to go beg the money, and the kids give them money. This is child trafficking, child labor, and I don't know any other more federal crimes they are committing in broad daylight, with police watching, with LASMA watching, and we see all the elites passing and patronizing this.
Okay. Some time ago, that was fashion last time. It was total ban. You can't see kids or beggars on the road, especially on that corridor. For those that were apprehended, they were either sent to a place to go work, and those that were not willing to do that, they were sent to the closest state that looked at what language they spoke, although several states came and spoke about it and were negative about it. If You have a child in the US and that child is not in school. Once it's observed, the state come and take the child from you.
Yes.
How can we push for this kind of legislation here? Because if we want to fight poverty, we have to fight it from its root, which happens to be in the mind.
Right. It's simple. I know for a fact that we don't have enough money to be able to fund a state-owned home for the orphanage. I believe so, because with over 20 million kids on the street across the country, if not more than, but that is the official number that somebody guessed. We cannot fund it. But we can improve on our adoption law to make it easy so that government can temporarily hold these kids and intended parents. There are so many people. Either their kids have left home, they are home alone. We have rich people in their 60s, or their kids are in college and they have a big house and they have so much resources and they are willing to adopt people. But the system makes it so difficult to adopt in this part of the world. So we can do a reform where people can take up kids like that. We can do a reform where factories can take up kids and have an agreement where they go to school in the morning and they work at the factory in the evening. There are so many things that we can do, but leaving those kids on the streets in harm's way, there goes teenage pregnancy, there goes raping, there goes so many unimaginable things that happen to those kids on the streets. And these are kids with potentials that you can't even imagine, that can change the fortune of this country. So government, I know we cannot fund an orphanage that will raise 20 kids, but we can work around how we can let Nigerians that have the well-to-do to be able to adopt them.
Okay. For those that have to work, they have to be above 18. If they have to work in a factory, they have to be above 18. But as
in China, you have kids in their tents working, assembling toys, assembling whatever. As long as they go to school,
they don't necessarily have to do
manual
labor, and even everywhere in the UK, even secondary school children who are less than, they go to do some
summer
jobs. Yeah. So it's just training people to learn to earn. That is not, they're not employing them to be working perpetually. Okay. But you see these guys on holidays, rather than allow them to roam the streets, you get them to do something for themselves, and then they start to create their own economy. And I think that's the way the world is actually wired. You see somebody, like here now, they say they are doing career guidance and counseling. If people, you see in secondary school, they ask you, or primary school in the UK, and say, what do you want to do? So I want to be a lawyer. During holiday, they send you to a law firm to go and see how lawyers work. And then you come back to school to come and tell your experience, and some come back and say, I don't want to be a lawyer. Some people don't want to be doctors. They get to do internship for maybe 2 weeks and come back and say, we don't want to do law again. Then they change their career. That's the way to mentor children. And I don't think that can be qualified for child labor.
Okay. So the whole idea of child labor is a design of the West. And China has defied that, because we have 9-year-old, 10-year-old making cell phones, making toys. And we have seen how that has changed the fortune of China. As long as they are well compensated one way or the other, and they are learning in the process, and that's how they grow to become great people. In Nigeria, we churn out graduates that are confused adults, because when they become graduates, it's actually the first time they are experiencing real life and how to actually make a naira, and that is a problem.
Okay. While we are looking at that issue, let's now backtrack. The presidency of our last president, the late Buhari, the World Bank gave us a little above $500 million to be used as handout. And this was actually, on paper, handed out, which means we have to now repay a debt of 500 naira that didn't give us any profit. Do you think that we should still ever go back to that kind of governance?
Well, I don't think so. You see, because I also work in a social space, I understand what this reality is. At a point, in our church, I have to say, we don't need to adopt case. You see, I was still telling my wife yesterday, there was this particular guy who was a security at our gates. I looked at his credentials and I said, oh, you good. Why are you doing this? I said, I couldn't get to school. I said, but there's so much you can do. So we arranged for him to get to the Open University. So he started the course. And somebody was willing to pay, but he was not willing to read. And all he was relying on was the fact that the auntie will always continue to send money. They send the school fees. He used it for other things. And there was a day the auntie called me and said, look, this boy is not making progress. I really want him to go to school so that it can be of help to the parent. So I called him to my office and I sat him down, spoke to him, and I thought he has repented. And I said, look, you think you are polishing somebody. You're actually doing yourself. And it was not a year. That auntie that was supplying him money passed out. And I asked him, who won, who lost? You see, this idea of giving people money only encourages laziness. And Africans are not known to be lazy. I was telling an auntie of mine who came from the US yesterday, and I was saying, what's government doing? And I said, look, you see, in this part of the world, there's so much pressure on government. Government is doing a lot, but we can't see it because of the way the mindset of our people are wired. We have very weird way of thinking these days. I told him, I said, when I was growing up in the village, we were building structures for government to come and take over. And I was telling her, I remember a certain maternity home we built in my community. We were going to Benin to go and beg the government in Osadebe House so that they can post a doctor or a nurse to that place. We built a post office because we needed one close to us. The police station in my community, we built it. Went to beg police authority to send police to our community.
To man it.
The secondary school in our community, we built it. And this time I'm telling you, there was no light in my village. There was no government road that was passing through that place. So how did we get to this point now that if government now want to build a school in my same community, and the young people there say that they are youth, they need to be settled?
Right. And I dare say that despite how big the economy in the Western world is, that is the same community building thing that you just explained is still the way it works now. You go to the biggest hospitals, you see the name of families that are funding a whole building till now. And that is the biggest economy in the world. You see their ambulances donated by the rich people. You see, the only thing government is doing is that there is an incentive for social services in your taxes. When you are doing your taxes, they forgive you taxes when they see that you do some social spending. That is that. But that is not enough. People genuinely want to help their community.
Okay. We will never run out of time to talk about this because we need an economy that's not just growing, but an economy that is all inclusive, and we don't want to see people lazying about. We can't come to the market if we are not bringing products and just coming to buy. That mind has to shift. Now, let's get and talk about currency. Sometime last year, towards the end of last year, we had this particular report of the amount of cash in circulation. Over 95% of the total cash is not in banks, is in the hands of people under mattresses, in sewage tanks, wherever you keep yours. Now, Nigeria has continued to rely heavily on cash withdrawals despite higher automated teller machine charges introduced by Central Bank of Nigeria, with ATM transaction value surging in the first half of 2025. Data from CBN Quarterly Statistics Bulletin shows sustained cash demand across the economy, even amid policy efforts to discourage excessive physical currency usage. ATM withdrawals between January and June 2025 amounted to 36.34 trillion, nearly triple the 12.21 trillion recorded during the same period in 2024. The increase highlights a sharp rise in cash-based transactions despite expanded electronic payment channels and ongoing monetary tightening by regulators. The figure reflects an increase of 24.13 trillion, representing 197.66% year-on-year rise. Okay, dear Doc, looking at our peculiarity right now, should we be telling banks to do more? Or they are just satisfied with the monies they have? Should they be out there getting people to get into the system? Or they should just, okay, let's keep collecting government trillions and be banking government trillions?
Well, I think the bigger problem I have really with our country is the fact that we only treat symptoms. Sometimes we don't look at root cause of some certain things. Now, you need to sit down and ask yourself, especially the same period last year, which was the height of kidnapping in Nigeria. And kidnappers don't take transfer. They don't take check. They only take cash. And you have a number of people in their thousands who are in the bush that are paying 10 million, 50 million, in some cases 100 million, in cash to free their loved ones. And these guys have to look for the naira, whether you like it or not, to free their loved one. So we should know where the cash is going. It's not as if that all these things are moving in market transactions. This is a product of the insecurity and the fragility of the Nigerian state, that we are not able to actually control some of the issues around us. I saw a report yesterday, a doctor that was kidnapped in my own state and was released. 50 million cash was paid. So how do they get the cash? They have to go to the bank to get the cash. So this is the reality. It's not as if there's anything fundamentally changing in the physical environment. It's the fact that insecurity has made demand for cash to increase. And I think it's important that we also put that into perspective when we do analysis of this nature.
Insecurity.
Insecurity, yeah. Insecurity. That's the biggest. CBN can address that. CBN can address that. The only person who can address that is the security agencies, who will be able to ensure that this kidnapping stop. And you see, when you see videos of these terrible individuals brandishing cash inside the bush, you understand what that means. So it's a cash economy for them because they don't want to be tracked, they don't want to be traced. So you give them cash in sacks and they take it inside the bush. So that's what they do. So this is a bigger problem that Nigerians really need to deal with if we have to be able to manage the visibility of the cash in circulation.
Okay. Now, Doc has brought up the issue of insecurity and cash transactions. Let's talk about the market in rural areas and cash transactions. We've talked about that several times here. Should we still be having CBN and the banks come up to tell us this, or they should get proactive and find solutions to it?
Excuse me.
Apologies.
CBN is a monitoring agent. They can do policies here and there. But I gave an example of GTB. While every bank in this country required at least 5,000 or 10,000 naira to open an account, GTB targets the students that have no money and introduce zero balance to get them, knowing fully well, okay, these kids are going to graduate in 3-4 years, they are going to be gainfully employed, and that is a potential market. Rather than struggling with the existing market, they created their own market because that is their corporate strategy. So now, other banks can look at the potential of the people in the rural areas and find a way to bank them, because Doctor has rightly made a very beautiful submission that I cannot even argue. Insecurity has created a lot of cash in circulation, but a lot of, especially agricultural transaction in the rural areas, is in cash too, because in some of these places there's no GSM network, there's no data network. So there's no way you can do transfer. There's no way they can confirm. So they only believe in their cash. The people that sell cow, an average cow in Nigeria goes for 2 million. You have a Fulani man on their market day, which is like every 5 days, sells 5, 10, 15 cows, all in cash. You have people selling a truck of beans in Biningwari in Kaduna, a truck load of beans, a truck load of rice in cash. So it takes a bank to look at this market, even though we go back to security. It's very, very risky business. Which bank official are you sending to Biningwari to go and get money and bank it from farmers? So we have to come back to security as well. And it takes a bank to think outside of the box to find a way to bank these people. But a lot of transactions are going on in the rural areas. A lot of transactions are going on in billions. There is a documentary about Biningwari in particular, and the reporter spoke to about 8 farmers. They all made money in billions in just 1 year, in one season. And most of those money is in cash because they stay there in the bush.
Cash in bedrooms. Okay. Thank you very much. We want to see the banks not just talk in those big boardrooms. We want to see CBN not just publish gazettes and all that. We want to see you get to the Biningwaris, get to the
but it's again to also look at the cultural dimension, especially in the core north, where people are still afraid to put money in commercial bank. I can't forget, in 2006, I did a survey for Bank PHB when they were trying to open an Islamic window. And when I wrote that report for Bank PHB, and I told them that even the people, so-called, though Habib was part of that bank, that was the norm. The Northerners really didn't believe that it was Islamic pure banking because they believed that it was commercial bank and they don't want to put money in a bank that they don't have control over. Because as Quran expects that if you put money, you should be able to make a decision on where this cash is invested so that it will not be invested in areas that the religion forbid. That's a big problem. That's a cultural problem or religious problem.
We have 3 banks that do exclusive
Islamic
banking,
yeah.
Lotus, Taj, and Jaiz.
Yeah, but I have not done recent research. We need to still go to these people, whether they believe that they're actually Islamic banking. You see, because there are some certain things that people talk about. You see, it looks in the face of the people that, oh, this is Islamic banking. Now, there's a way the Islamic bank is supposed to be structured. These banks are actually looking like a commercial bank. So, do the people believe that these windows are actually an Islamic window? I don't know anybody who has done a recent research to go find out. I did mine, that was way back, and that's some 10 years ago. But we need to go find out from these guys whether they believe that these banks are actually. Now, also looking at the spread of these banks, whether they are within the reach of these people, because these banks you mentioned, I don't know how widespread they are in terms of ability to own branches. Now, the legacy banks could go down to that area, but these are the ones that may not have. So Lotus may be operating only in, I don't think that I have seen a Lotus in the whole of my local or senatorial district at all. So they may be only operating within the city centers, and they may not be in the hinterland where people are actually dealing with cash and they don't want to go. But again,
commercial banks are not in the hinterland; they all left.
Yeah. So these are issues. The cost of running the banks also can be quite expensive. To have a branch of a bank in a rural area where, at the end of the day, in a month, you may not be able to do more than 4 billion naira transaction, and then you can be thinking about the cost of maintaining that branch alone.
They can have a mobile branch.
Yeah, but you see, there are also people who take cash. Banks are also doing that, who actually use some vehicles, not bullion, to go to areas where there are heavy cash, to go take it from their customer, even in marketplaces. There are collections that also happen in some places. But for me, really, the money that's outside circulation is not for people, it's not access issue. I see cultural inhibition And then the biggest one is the security challenge. And as long as we are not able to fix our security situation, we will still be talking about this volume because people will still be drawing money. Because if you want your loved one out, and the person says, go and get me cash, you don't have option. You have to look for the cash. So this is the bigger problem. That is where, for me, really, the former CBN governor had opportunity to have rewritten our history.
Which of the
when they were doing the coloring of the naira.
Okay, Emefiele.
Yes. And I just had wished that at that point, Nigeria had taken a decision that they were not going to print a 500 naira note or a 1,000 naira note. That the highest denomination be 200 naira at the max.
Okay.
And that would have solved our problem.
Okay. Remember, you can go on SOUQ News Television and follow us on all social media handles. All of them, all social media platforms. And let your friends, neighbors, and your co-workers know that we are live. Drop your comments. It's not just us on this table that will be part of this discussion. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll be right in your face and right in your office and your living room. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
My name is SOUQ News. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, combined to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Welcome back. This is still SBL and the Oracle, and they are still here. Now let's get straight to Anambra State. Education reform is on the table. Now Anambra State is adding entrepreneurial subject to JSS curriculum for skills. Yes, you heard that. Anambra State government has introduced 15 entrepreneurial subjects into junior secondary school curriculum to strengthen practical learning and build an entrepreneurial mindset amongst young students. Officials said the reform targets early exposure to skills that translate into livelihood. The watchword here is livelihood, innovation, and employment in the future. Now, aligning classroom with labor market realities. According to the government, the subjects include solar installation, garment making, GSM repair, agriculture, plumbing, digital literacy, and robotics, alongside other trade-focused courses. The curriculum update applies across public JSS levels with implementation supported through workshops, partnerships, and equipment rollout. The initiative forms part of Anambra State's broader education research, and education analysis has also said that this depends on teachers' training, funding, continuity, and assessment standards that value hands-on competence, not just theory. The state expects improved employability, youth enterprise creation, and smoother school-to-work transitions statewide over time. Okay. Let me not say the amount of years. Years ago, when I was in secondary school, it used to be woodwork, metalwork, and technical drawing. That was the major intro tech, and it was just the intro tech for intro tech. Go read, study, and go pass your GS exams. Now we are seeing real hand-on learning for junior secondary school students. Should other states follow suit?
Well, incidentally, I had this conversation with the director with the Lagos State Secondary Education Board yesterday, and he was lamenting how the Lagos State government had instructed that to bring this kind of vocational training to the school. So they changed the curriculum, and now they are working the whole scheme, so to be able to accommodate them. And one of his pain points was the fact that government just wake up and they start to do something, and they're not even thinking who is going to teach the courses, which is one thing that is fundamentally flawed in our way of thinking. There was no better education minister that Nigeria had than a man called Babs Fanfuwa. He was almost an idol to me at the time he was alive, because of his thinking on how to actually transform education in Nigeria. But unfortunately, it was like putting the cart before the horse. Government invested seriously in machineries to do this woodwork.
Exactly.
And in most schools, all the secondary schools in Nigeria actually benefited. They distributed to even the hinterland. But unfortunately, there were no teachers
exactly
who were going to transfer the skills to these children. And after a while, some of those equipment were vandalized.
Some found their way to market.
To market for sale and the rest of it. So I think that when we are thinking as a country, we must be solution-minded. Solution-minded. So that at the end of the day, you don't just start a program and you don't have capacity to deliver it. If I may ask, the College of Education in Anambra State, are they training teachers on GSM repairs?
Okay. Now, from the story,
the universities in Anambra State, Faculty of Education, are they training their teachers for this kind of solar installation and all of that? Because you have to empower the person who is going to deliver this curriculum to this child.
Okay.
You see, because that's the only way it to be effective. You see, some years ago, I went to facilitate a training at Auchi Polytechnic. So after the training, I was asking the rector, and I said, look, you actually have a faculty called building engineering. And I said, you're building, they are not built well. I told my father, she said to me that, of course, government don't even allow the children to even touch sand, let alone, so it's contractors that are building it.
In the school?
In the school, yeah. So you can imagine that you have somebody who is studying building technology, for example, and he doesn't know how to mix sand. It's only in the classroom that they are doing it. I remember in our days in the university, when they were teaching us computer appreciation, teaching us Fortran 77. And I don't know what it looked like.
A long time ago.
I didn't know what it looked like. But it was called computer appreciation. We did those courses. We never saw what a computer looked like.
You are appreciating the computer.
Yeah. So there was a time they said, okay, they taught us what programming language was. And what we did was that we gathered money and give it to the course lecturer, who actually was a mathematics teacher, really, converted to a computer science teacher. And then, of course, he takes collect all the money and all the things that you think you have written, and they send it to Uniben at that time, because I think they say that was only the place they had a computer that could do programming. But we really never saw the result. So this kind of education cannot move Nigeria to where we should. If we are thinking that we want to do trade in school, then the manpower that will deliver the curriculum, they have to be prepared, they have to be ready. And that's the only way you can see a result. Otherwise, it will not be different from what we currently have in the system. Check it out. Since how many years now? Almost all schools did trade. If you go to King's College now, they've been doing trade for years. In short, I remember when my son was in King's College here, they were doing mechanic, and they had to ask him to go to one mechanic workshop. But they don't have a workshop inside here. They don't have a mechanic inside the school who can actually lose boats and not. So how would they learn? This is the challenge, and this is why the delivery would be very difficult. It would have been a better initiative if government is thinking, first and foremost, either to retrain some of the teachers in Anambra State and equip them and bring in experts into their tertiary institutions to prepare the staff who will deliver this curriculum. It will make a lot of sense.
Okay. I'm coming to you now. Coming from where doctor is now to you. Now, their plan, they said, is they are going to interact and collaborate with workshops. We don't know the number of workshops they are talking about, but we know that the amount of schools, how much, if it's the entire state. And they are saying continuous teachers training. The teachers in the first place that they train, just like Doctor said. How can we see this work? The initiative is on the ground already. It's a policy that they're about to pass. How can we see this work short term before now start looking at long term?
Okay, so I'd like to point out that this is a federal government policy by the new Minister for Education, Dr. Maruf Alausa. And I'm happy to see that, because it's one thing for federal government to bring a policy. It's another thing for the subnationals to adopt it. And I'm happy to see that Anambra is trying to adopt it. From what Doctor said, Lagos State is also pressuring their schools to adopt it. And, you know, in my culture, they say whenever it is money, it's good money. So better late than never. And I believe that when there is will, there is a way. If in this country, as a child, growing up, I learned French. We are not a French-speaking country, but we found French teachers to teach us French. I went to a school that gets funding from the Arab world, and I was made to study Arabic from my 100 level to 400 level. It's compulsory for everybody in that school. That's the condition of which Saudi government is sponsoring the school. And they find Nigerian Arabic lecturers to give us lecture. And it's a school of about 10,000 students, and they find enough people to teach Arabic, even though it's in this country. So, and I know people learn even German, different foreign languages. So what am I saying? There are phone repairers all over the place. I bet there are thousands of them in Computer Village. And across, there is a replica of Computer Village in every state in this country now. Solar installer, there are thousands of them in Alaba Market. And they are littered all over the place. So if, like I said, if there's a will, there's a way. There's a way we can bring these people, bring some of them into our educational system and make it work. Because some of these phone repairers, some of these solar installers, some of these builders, they are educated. It is the condition of this country that forced them to learn this trade to become phone repairer, solar installer. So there are some of these people that have enough education, and with right incentive, they can be able to come into these schools and teach and transfer their knowledge, even if it's on part-time basis. So in my own opinion, these are skills that can be good to bring down poverty in our country. Because if you graduate as a secondary school person and you can readily repair a phone, I don't think you are going to be hungry for one day. Because even in your household, you start getting phones to repair within your compound, within your neighborhood. So rather than churning out confused people as graduates, you know, people go into school and they come out even more confused than when they go, because there's so much pressure on them, because they believe, oh, you've gone to school for 6 years, for 10 years, for whatever years, you should be better than the rest of them, or better than the rest of us. But they come out confused. So this can sort of like give people direction, and it can be like an hands-on, real-life trial and error, because a lot of people come out as a graduate and they have to try 2, 3, 4 jobs before they settle to say, oh, this is what I really want to do, right? So this, if they learn this in school, they have tried phone repairing, they've tried solar installation, they've tried fixing the car, they can come out to say, okay, I've tried these 3, 4 things. I'm really passionate about this. I'm really interested in this, and this is what I want to do. So in my own opinion, the implementation rests on the subnationals, the local government, the state government, the commissioner of education at the subnational level to implement this to the best. But I believe there's a way to implement this.
You believe there's a way, and you say once there is a will, there will be a way. Now, we're still talking about the labor market. Now, we're leaving the younger ones. Let's get to what IMF is talking about. IMF is giving a warning that the workforce is facing a rising pressure to acquire new skills, not just in Nigeria. Workers worldwide are undergoing growing pressure to acquire new skills as artificial intelligence and digital technologies rapidly reshape labor markets, according to International Monetary Fund. IMF Managing Director Kristalina highlighted the trend in a blog post drawing on fresh analysis of millions of online job vacancies. The IMF said the data span advanced and emerging economics, revealing a structural shift in employer expectation. Technology-driven changes is altering job requirements faster in previous decades, making adaptability and continuous learning increasingly central to employability across sectors. According to the fund, 1 in 10 job posting in advanced economies now require at least one new skill, while the figure stands at 1 in 20 in emerging markets. Okay, dear Doc.
Yeah.
This is where we find ourselves. We wake up every single morning and the job you thought you were good at has changed, thanks to what technology can do on that particular job.
Yeah.
And people are finding it difficult to upskill, sometimes reskill. Should we, in this part of the world, be worried?
Yeah, why shouldn't we be worried? Because it's also already a living reality as we speak. You see, many people talk about unemployment in Nigeria. And I think the problem we have in Nigeria is actually beyond unemployment. It's the unemployability of so many people who don't have the right skill to work. Because there are so many work that is begging and looking for people to come into it, and there's nobody. For example, even in this studio, as we're sitting down here, we've been looking for a skill for the past 3 years of somebody who can use augmented reality so that the green screen can be activated. We have not found one in this country. So we invested over $7,000 to buy software. Nobody can use it. And here people are looking for job. We're looking for motion graphics, editors. We have been putting adverts consistently. You can't find them. But yeah, people are passing CVs all around. So the bigger problem we have is actually not the fact that people don't have certificate. It's the fact that the jobs that are valuable, we don't have matching skills from those who are not employed. So that's a big problem. And now what are you going to find? I was so happy, and I think ID Kabasa was in the studio at the radio at the weekend, and he was saying something, and he was telling his colleague and said, look, if you're an adult, you need to go learn AI. Because if you have to succeed without AI, you must do things that AI cannot do, which is huge. So this brings me to very proactive nation like Japan, who in their 2024 budget had to spend over 15 trillion yen to train people who were 40 years and above. Same for Singapore, to retrain them so that they can be adaptive to the new technologies and skills that the workplace demand. So I think that we must also be thinking, if Nigeria, for example, government make do its promise to digitize the entire workspace, there are over 50% of Nigerian workforce who are still struggling with how to use computer. So these are challenges that are real. And if, for example, we have to deal with the problem of poverty, the problem of corruption within the workspace, then of course you have to digitize. And if you have to digitize, then you must have workers that are digitally savvy. But you have a lot of people who can't even use smartphone. And so these are big issues that have to be addressed, because by the time you transition into that digital era, a lot of people will become redundant because there will be no work to do. And you remember this happened in the early 2000 when computer came, and people were still doing the manual typewriter. And some people thought that it was not going to end, and all of a sudden it ended. So I think we must be bracing off for the reality that is before us, because AI is just starting, and a lot is going to happen. The way we work has changed completely, and people must adapt to the new realities.
Okay, people have to adapt to the new realities, Doc is saying. Let's now bring it to our own peculiarity, as it concerns us. Now, our country has just gone digital. Government has just gone digital. The last 2 years, full digital, although the implementation is still happening. But the workforce have not followed suit digitally. And now we are getting to a place where the world itself is complaining that we have skill gap worldwide. Which means if they come and put us on a scale here in Nigeria, we are in trouble. Are we looking at catching up or growing at our own pace?
What we are doing is growing at our own pace. But what we need to be doing is catching up. Because we now operate, we've always been operating in a global market, in a global ecosystem, global village. We are not living in isolation. We are in direct competition with every other country of the world. You know, we produce products, we want it to compete in the capital market, in the global market. So we need to, for us to be prosperous as a nation, we are in competition with the rest of the world. And we have to be equally as competitive as they are. So we don't have time. We don't have the luxury. We cannot even afford the luxury to grow at our own pace. We just need to catch up. We've been talking about poverty all day. We've been talking about how we need more money as a country. This is how we make more money as a country. We have to be more competitive. We need to be more efficient. We need to be able to compete globally. While we are concentrating, a lot of our young people are trying to emigrate into these better economies. In Asia, in Thailand, in some of these countries, in India, they stay in their country and they get outsourced digital jobs while they are in their country, and they are making FX for their country without necessarily traveling out. Let's look at how much we waste in visas for European and American countries that never issue to us. It's in hundreds of millions of dollars. So while we are wasting that money and we are finding a new way to impress the embassy, people in Thailand, people in India, they sit down there, they are earning money by the hour in USD without having to leave their country to go to those places. People in China are churning out products. Almost every young Nigerian has Temu on their phone and AliExpress, and they spend average of $20 every month, the money that we don't even have. What is our minimum wage again? 70,000. And then you have most of our young people spending $20, $30 of the resources that is not there on Temu, on Chinese products. So, and then we ask, why is the value of the Naira the way it is? So there is no time to grow at our pace. If we want to live the life that we desire so much, good life, good infrastructure, good health care, we need to catch up like yesterday.
Okay, while we're looking at catching up like yesterday, 99.99999% of AI funding is coming from Asia and the West. Africa is nowhere near it. What if tomorrow a lot of all this AI research, AI application, AI software is monetized? That means we'll be at the mercy of the West and Asia. What can Africa do like now?
All the AI are already monetized. The free AI is just for you to test, to be able to subscribe for the premium. Is, again, like this is the advanced social media. Facebook, everybody on Facebook think is free, but Facebook is monetized. Is either you are paying for a service or you are the commodity. Somebody is paying to get your attention. But we are enjoying a service that we think is free, where we are being harvested. We are being harvested. Somebody is paying for us being there. So because there's no free lunch anywhere, Instagram, Twitter, everything that we use is monetized. Even YouTube, everything is monetized. So it's either you are there, you are making money, or you are the commodity. You are the one that is being sold. Okay. So as Africa, we need to wake up and stop waiting for free lunch. We have this mentality of the West is coming to save us. They are never coming to save us. Their priority is their own interests. And we are only here to survive as much as we serve their own purpose.
As much as we serve the purpose, which means when we come to the market, they sell to us. Now, let's get straight to Dangote, who has not stopped doing good. If there is anybody called Father Christmas, I think we should just change his name to Dangote. Now, Dangote has signed a $350 million deal with Indian firm EIL. Dangote Group has signed a $350 million agreement with Indian engineering firm Engineers India Limited to expand its Lagos refinery. Company officials confirmed this over the weekend. Now, the deal is aimed at increasing production capacity, improving operational efficiency, and enhancing the refinery's ability to meet domestic fuel demand. The Lagos refinery, one of Nigeria's largest private petroleum facilities, currently processing significant volumes of crude oil for local consumption. The partnership with EIL is expected to accelerate ongoing expansion projects, introducing advanced technology and infrastructure upgrades to support higher throughput and product diversification. Industry analysts say the collaboration reflects growing private sector investment in Nigeria's downstream oil sector and could reduce dependence on imported fuel. Once completed, the expansion is projected to boost local refinery capacity, generate employment, and strengthen Nigeria's energy security. Okay, dear Doc, one man and his friends came together and put in 21 billion in this particular facility, and that facility they are still upgrading in less than 2 years of its operation. We look forward to having a BOA by this year.
Next year, really.
Oh, it's now 2027? Yeah. Okay. Sometime in the near future. Okay. Is it possible? Is it somewhat possible? Because before the end of 2025, just December alone, we saw a lot of Nigerians investing in Nigeria. Unlike what used to be before that, we were waiting for England, USA, and all that. We saw Nigerians putting their money down in Nigeria. What exactly is changing?
Well, I think the ecosystem for investing has changed really significantly. One of the things that we don't do here is where we see things that are right, we don't acknowledge it. Sometimes when I hear members of the opposition speak against the current government and really wonder what they mean or what exactly they talk about, we cannot take it away from the president of Nigeria, who has made it his point of responsibility to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive and people to do business and earn money. There was a joke he made some few weeks ago, and he was talking to Tony, and he said when he went to the American Stock Exchange, and then he made this remark and said, well, we can do it ourselves, but we really just want to open the door so that everybody can participate. He said, after the meeting, Tony came to him and said, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you. So he said, Tony, you thought I forgot. I didn't forget. You actually appreciated me for saying that we can do it. We have the power to actually expand this base. And I think this is what's actually happening. That when people see that you have opportunity where things are done well and government is trying to clean up the system, a lot of people are having confidence in the system to put money in it. I can see Dangote's energy from where it was about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, with all the push and all the pull from regulators and the rest of it, making things very difficult. But this government says, look, the doors are open, people can do business, and then the man is taking advantage of every hint of it. Don't forget that it was frustration from the same Nigerian government that led to the conception or the conceptualization of this private refinery. He actually wanted to take over the Nigerian refinery in 2007 when Obasanjo was ready to privatize. And then shortly after the privatization, government changed. And then Yadra came and they said, oh, this is our legacy project. We don't need to sell it to individuals. And government had to buy it back. And then he took a decision that, look, I have to build my own. But he had to struggle through the space to do this. So government now at the center, I think, is favoring a whole lot of things that's happening. Regulators are being put in check. Don't forget the recent case of Farouk and all the shading that happened. Now, we're seeing everybody is allowing businesses to thrive, and I think this is what Nigeria actually needs. I remember when the president was campaigning prior to the 2023 election, and he said that all he needs to do is to drive a market economy, that when competition increases, the people will benefit eventually. And I think this is what, for me, it is. We must give it to Mr. President, who is determined to create an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. And I think this is the way to go. Anybody who detracts from this is actually taking us backward. And I don't think Nigeria deserves to go backward.
Okay, why Nigeria does not deserve to go backwards? Let's reel out some figures. December, Tony Elumelu dropped his bombshell and went straight for the energy. Otedola dropped the energy and Mass picked it up. Same Dangote did, he added to the refinery. But in all these numbers and all these figures, also, what's it called? Seplat had more inclusion, more Nigerian inclusions. In all this, we're seeing Nigerians in Nigeria. How can we start getting Nigerians in diaspora to be part of what is happening here?
We need more transparency and we need more jurisprudence in terms of our judiciary. That is what the diaspora, that is what they want to see. Because for the names that you read out now, Tony Elumelu, Jimovia, Otedola, they can secure their own justice the way Nigeria is constituted today. But an average Ben that lives in America, that invests $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, if the money gets missing, what is his fate? Will he get justice? You and I know the answer to that. Will he get justice without leaving his livelihood, his family in America, to come and be here to be chasing court dates for 2 years, for 3 years? So if we want to encourage more Nigerians in diaspora to put their money in this country, our judiciary have to do better. We have to get faster court dates. We have to get faster court judgments. And most importantly, we have to serve justice. People have to belief in our judicial system. The reason why when anybody come across money, the first thing they look at is how they can invest in those advanced countries is because they believe they will be protected. So until we can build that trust and faith in our judicial system, we will not be able to even get 5% of the investments we can attract.
Okay, faith in the judicial system. You want to add to that?
Yeah, but I think for me, basically, yes, we have issues, legal issues that are there, and that's why I see someone who wants to actually participate beyond the legal issue was actually the ability for you to be able to actually repatriate your earning from the economy outside.
That was before now.
That was a major issue. That was why a lot of people
that problem.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying, that the regime has been able to solve that problem. A lot of people want to put in their money, but your ability to be able to take it out become very difficult. And of course, the current CBN has dealt with those issues. So it's easy for people to actually do a lot of transactions. And there are a lot of kind of money that are coming into the country, really, because where we were 2022, 2021, we have since left that spot. So we're making real progress. But it's also good for us to even take faith in our economy. Yes, why we want the diasporans to put money in. Those at home need themselves to be able to participate. I am still waiting for the IPO for the refinery because Dangote promised us at the close of last year that we want all of us to be part of it.
10% of...
Oh, yes, we need to be part and parcel of it. Like Mukhtar said, we can wriggle our way around the legal challenges. Let him just give us some part, let us participate. Let Nigerians start to own the economy. You see, because if you build your house and your house is looking fine, that's when others will be attracted to come. So if we have a lot of people who still have money and they are not participating in this economy, it will not be nice enough. But it's good that we are seeing that Nigerians are believing in Nigeria at the moment. Like before now that you have people who took money from government and they decided to go and set up refinery somewhere in South Africa, and then somebody had died, this inheritance had been passed on to somebody, and the money is completely lost. We have those stories.
Are you speaking rhetoric?
Yeah, I'm not speaking rhetoric. I'm saying, speaking to some of the recent history we had. So you have people who are investing in other economies, and they're not putting their money locally. Okay. But recently, we even saw a politician who invested hugely in Geregu. So what that tells me is that as people are having confidence in our own system, it will just be a matter of time. People will be attracted. And I think, like he said, yes, arbitration are still big issues, but some people who are so smart investors ensure that they can walk around the arbitration system and get to a neutral ground. So if I'm going to put money here, I'm saying, where would the arbitration happen? I prefer it happen in England. I prefer it happen in Singapore. I don't want it here.
So, Doc, my question, my submission is that for big investors, yes, they can wiggle their way around. They are coming in. What I'm saying, they are young Nigerians. They have $5,000, $10,000. They cannot even afford an additional $2,000 to fly to Nigeria. They just want to invest. In other economies, I know people that buy apartments in Dubai. They've never been to Dubai.
Yeah.
Because it's smooth. Everything is transparent. And they remit your rent timely. You don't need anything. And when you want to dissolve it, you do it effortlessly in Lagos. Without going anywhere, you get your money. But until we have that kind of system where people are afraid of the system, and people in diaspora can send $5,000, $10,000. All those, it adds up. When you have $1 million or $5,000, you are looking at billions already.
I agree with you, Mukhtar. But I think maybe again, maybe we have to tell the part of United Arab Emirates. You see, these issues was happening in Arab Emirates where the developers were receiving money and they were actually not building and remitting. Until in the UAE, they made a law such that nobody actually pay money directly to a developer. You pay it to the Ministry of Lands. And at certain level of threshold of development, you can come to draw some money. So government created a system that actually make those funds secure. So government is holding the investment in trust of all investors. So if you are investing in the UAE today, if you pay $5,000, that is not going straight to the developer. It's going to the government, Ministry of Land.
More like an escrow.
Oh yes, they warehouse the money and then of course disburse to the developer based on milestone achieved in terms of development. So that has reduced going to court and legal issues.
And you'll be surprised how many Nigerians that have never visited Dubai have an apartment in Dubai now.
A lot.
Every other weekend, you go to 5-star hotel all over the island. There are Emirates developers, Arabs, coming here to solicit. And people are buying into this investment because you buy, you are not paying property tax and you are getting rent every month.
Every month,
because it's a tourist country. So we need to create an enabling environment where people trust our system and they can trust us with their money without having to visit our country.
Okay. Now, absolutely. Doc, you talked about the Dubai experiment that is working right now. It's no longer an experiment.
It's a model.
It's a model right now. So how can we replicate that here? And which of the ministries can take that up?
We also have, like in Lagos, Ministry of Land. We have to regulate, especially if it's in the real estate sector, how this work, so that we are not at the mercy of the realtors. Because I have a situation where some people actually had paid the land and they go and show them one piece of land, and then you ask them to be contributing. 3 years down the line, they are contributing. By the time they go there, they say, oh, the land is no longer there. The land is somewhere else. These are issues, and you can actually not pursue your case. Because here, like Mutai said, the legal system only favors the rich because you almost pay for justice. It's not coming free to the people. So these are issues that we can actually take away. The government can find a way to empower these ministries to see, yes, developers are monitored, that people, they are putting in investment, and that investment is actually going to where it should be, and people are supposed to get return, and nobody is defrauding anybody. So this will make it very clean. But I also feel that to a very large extent, for this to be able to be effective, through digitization is absolutely very important, because UAE is 100% digitalized. So most of the things you do, you can actually see them online.
Everything you do.
You can see them online.
Okay. Thank you very much for staying, being a part of the production today from beginning to the end, even if you joined somewhere in the middle. Remember, this is our country, and we have no choice but to grow it. Mine, yours, and nobody's more Nigerian than you. Always have that at the back of your mind. I want to say thank you very much to every crew member that have made this possible, from the MCR to behind the cameras to our editors. Thank you very much. My name is SOUQ John Roger SOUQ. This is a beautiful week. Let's make it the best ever. We'll do this again tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. Mukhtar?
Thank you very much for staying with us up to this time of the program. As you go by your week and today, have a wonderful day ahead.
Dear Doc.
Oh, I thought it was a commercial break. I don't know if the program was up. It was not being with Mukhtar on this table this morning. Very intelligent conversations. Nigerians, the country is up to us to build. If we develop it, all of us will enjoy it. Like I said, there's no other country on the planet Earth that is as blessed as Nigeria. We all need to make it work. And in our lifetime, Nigeria must work. Thank you.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune, and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just in the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. You know, a young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around, that's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the, the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So there's, and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always leave where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, you know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payments. And as you make the payment, you have reserved the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. Makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door, that's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard, or, floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. You know? And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, you know, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with, you know, with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't, you know, don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, you know, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, you know, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, I mean, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, you know. Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you know, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You know, you maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there's even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. You know, let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. You know, in my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up. I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand, you know. Simple, you know, steps of creating a brand, you know. I mean, I made reference to such owners as accidental owners, you know. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, you know, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 100 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, you know. Yes, it depends. I just gave a practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, you know, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, it's value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, the clock of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September. You know, it's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, You have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible, very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert, another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. Will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. The government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, and until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, owners should look at, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, hospitality is going. We talk about sustainability, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. Those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand. Always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. A brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 with a refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts. and had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn who had the talent and who wanted to perform and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done, being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. For somebody, if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and we didn't have too many graphic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague, who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikena Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Enahoro. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. Then they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radidididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really, you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first SOUQ, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another first SOUQ? Professor Ian Hall. He keeps asking me, even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a FESTAC in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in the WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they People were trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened. And that, you know, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, you know, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others, you know, coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state, you know, asked me a question that, you know, because in the past, you know, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, you know, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, you know, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, you know, the special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late Auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages. It's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folami Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Oba-Oyekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Oyekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the Tutus. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa. Iti whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time, So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not. I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Ichekiri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Kadozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having that 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian.
In many of Africa's conflict zones, the greatest danger is not only the violence, it is the silence between broken systems and forgotten people. Guns may decide battles, but negotiations decide whether civilians eat, whether children are vaccinated, and whether aid reaches those who need it most. This is where humanitarian negotiation begins, not in conference halls, but in fragile conversations with armed groups, local power brokers, community leaders, and governments, all to secure one simple thing: access to human life. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Too often, decisions about Africa's conflict zones are made far from the communities living inside them. Agreements are signed about people, not with them. And when local voices are excluded, peace becomes temporary, aid becomes fragile, and conflict returns. My name is Omevi Idolo, and I'm saying welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I am not doing this alone. I have Emmanuel Amulo with me, my favorite person.
You had to, if you had not added that part, I would not even say anything into this conversation. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. It's a wonderful day to start the week with this kind of conversation, because essentially we want to let people see that there's more side to our story, yes, and not all of them are good, right? But we need to elicit empathy from our people. Mm-hmm. We need people to understand that others are going through a lot, and you are probably in a better position than somebody else. Yeah. You just need to be empathetic to that person, even if you cannot give aid, you can give some form of support. Mm-hmm. And that's what a lot of people need. Most of the conflicts that arise on the continent are things that are avoidable. Yeah. If we can just sit down and see the other person as a human being first, and then we now understand that, oh, let me do to this person what I want him to do to me in return. That way, some of the disagreements that we have can be resolved or even avoided completely.
Yes, that is it. So, today we are talking about a different approach, one that recognizes that people in conflict zones are not just victims, but negotiators, mediators, and survivors. Traditional rulers, women leaders, youth groups, faith leaders, and community elders often understand the terrain of conflict better than anyone else. When they are included, trust rebuilds faster, aid moves safer, and peace lasts longer. Fixing Africa's conflict zone is not about imposing solutions. It is about negotiating access, sharing power, and building peace from within. Because lasting peace cannot be deployed. It must be negotiated, and it must be local. You stay with us, we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we'll be coming with our special guest who will be helping to unpack this robust topic. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and ensure you subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channels. So on today's episode, our focus is humanitarian negotiation and local inclusion to fix Africa's conflict zones. To help us unpack this robust topic is Dr. Oluwasegun Ogusakin. I hope I pronounced that well. He is a project manager at Bellwether International, Rotary Positive Peace Activator, and Certified Humanitarian Negotiation Facilitator, CCHN Geneva. Dr. Oluwasegun has worked extensively across Nigeria's displacement and post-conflict communities, using dialogue and interreligious collaboration to rebuild local trust. His experience bridges academic depth and on-the-ground peace practice, offering practical solutions for Africa's fragile states. Hello, Dr. Oluwasegun. Welcome to Just Africa.
Hello.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the... Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, crystal clear.
All right, great. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I think it's a privilege for me to be on the call here for these important discussions. And I really want to appreciate Mr. Emmanuel, if I'm correct, for the introduction, for inviting me for these important discussions. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. So let's go straight to the conversation. Many people hear the phrase humanitarian negotiation and don't really understand what it means. So in simple terms, what is humanitarian negotiation and why does it matter in conflict areas?
All right, thank you so much for that question. As an individual, for me, I have the privilege of working in the humanitarian space because I currently work for Bellwether International as a project manager for at least 4 to 5 years now, to support people, especially those in the IDP camp. And in Benue State, I've worked in Benue State, in Plateau State, in Kaduna State, in the IDP camps around those places. And from a lived experience, we've have a lot of issues, especially on how to, approach the community, approach those that have been affected by conflicts and also displacements. And the idea or the process of bringing in humanitarian negotiation is very important when someone is trying to work with people who have been affected by conflicts, who are living in conflict zone, living in places where as individuals, human, it's not that really conducive, to live in those places. And that is why humanitarian negotiation need to come in, especially as an NGO, as an humanitarian actor who need to render support, interventions for this, for the people who have been displaced. And looking at what humanitarian negotiation means, it's for a layman definition, it's all about dialogue. It's all about involving the people, involving people who have been affected by conflict and even those who commit the conflict. And when we talk about those who commit the conflict, we are talking about those involved in the conflict. For instance, probably bandits. We have cases where we're, which is something happening in our country, where we say, why should the government negotiate with bandits? For as an humanitarian negotiator, for us to go in, especially to zones that are mostly affected, you need to negotiate even with those that commit the conflicts or with those who need to get access to, for example, the community leaders, the religious leaders, the stakeholders, especially when we are trying to plan intervention, you need to negotiate. And in everything we do, even if you want to buy something, you need to negotiate, you need to talk. You can't just go to the market and you buy something. You need to understand the price and if it's okay for you. And that is what humanitarian negotiation means. It's about a systematic or a systemic approach where humanitarian actors have a talk or dialogue with conflict actors, with stakeholders, for example, religious.
Hello, doctor. Okay, I think we are experiencing an internet glitch.
Okay.
Right now.
So, I mean, from what he has explained so far, I think we catch an idea. So, essentially, negotiation is between the perpetrator and the victim, and perhaps an intermediary. Although maybe you explain better, but I think that's what I caught.
Yeah.
They said those who are involved in it. So it could be, for example, the government, and then maybe some of the bandits that they want to negotiate with, or the government and the victims of the incident that had happened. So essentially, is people having dialogue, conversations, they're talking, and the talk could be maybe on how to solve the problem or how get the feedback from them or whatever. Essentially, is dialogue.
Yes. All right, Dr. Oluwasegun. Welcome back.
Okay, sorry. So sorry. The network kind of a little bit tricky here.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to ask, what happens when this kind of negotiation fails in those conflict zones?
Yes, sometimes not all discussions are successful, and whereby we have to go back because you can't use force in coming to places where you want to render help or you want to render intervention. So in that case, we need to go back, and try to re-strategize, and look at probably our negotiation plan or our humanitarian negotiation plan was faulty. Probably we didn't meet the right actors, to talk to. Then we re-strategize our steps. We re-strategize who to meet, and then we work on probably we need to bring in an external force, probably someone who is more associated with that environment or with that area, or probably a local person who is a very notable someone in that environment. We bring the person as part of our team, to negotiate and also to try to bring about intervention for the people.
Okay. All right, doctor. First off, because look, these days are not something that we hear everybody say they want to wish to do in the first place. What led you to begin to do humanitarian causes like this?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Manuel. Actually, looking at my background, I love supporting people, especially the vulnerable people.
Okay.
Women, children. Formerly, I was a Teach for Nigerian fellow. It's a network that belongs to Teach for All. We have Teach for America. We have Teach First UK. We have Teach for Ghana. We have Teach for Zimbabwe, Pakistan, and so on and so. And it's all about bridging education inequality in Nigeria. Okay. So from there, my career migrated. I go on, to be employed by Bellwether International, who look into genocide prevention. In Bellwether, we work in different countries. We work in Pakistan. We work in Iraq, in the United Kingdom, in the US, in Nigeria, in Liberia, and also in other parts of the world, especially in the Asia country. So it's all about giving people that hope of, rendering intervention to them. And why I got to go, venture into peace building is because of the passion for the people, especially those living in the conflict area, in low-income communities that they do not. Yeah, thank you.
So when you're, I mean, I'm assuming that you've been in conflict zones before, right? What are the common things that you see amongst them in their way of lives, especially the victims?
Okay, yes. I remember in 2022 and 2023, our organization partnered with an NGO in Plateau States, in just precisely the name of the organization, I think is Stephanos Foundation or something. And we went for an IDP intervention program for girls that are being displaced, because mostly girls, women are the most affected.
Vulnerable,
and they live in IDP camps. They don't have access to education, a sustainable livelihood. And the kind of life they live is that they are exposed, to gender-based violence. They are exposed to, different atrocities, using them for different, crimes that I cannot mention online here. And for this reason, their life, is, when you go there, you will shed tears, because when we get there, more than 5,000 people are living in IDP camp that they do not even have access to quality water, quality health care. And government alone cannot do all this. And that is the essence why we come in, to render our own intervention, especially for young girls that are living in the IDP camp, to provide them opportunity to have access to education. So we engage in these, programs, and also provide relief materials to them. And so we continuously do this, and majorly is the idea of genocide prevention, which is our mission as an organization.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, in Nigeria, we have these issues of genocide, these issues of atrocity committed on particular set of people, especially in Benue State, especially in let me just say the middle belt.
The middle belt. Okay.
Let me just take them, Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwasegun. Now, in all your travels and places you've been to, I know you have seen how some of these aid agencies work. What are some of the gaps that you have also noticed when they are dealing with local actors?
Okay, yes, there are a lot of gaps, especially when it comes to you are working in a raw field. This is not an office work, because you are meeting people who have, passed through trauma. When I talk about trauma, people who have seen their relatives died. You have seen people who have seen death face to face. And, for you to come in and say you want to render help, it takes a lot of programs, it takes a lot of actions that as an individual you need to work on. And I'll give you an example. I remember, because all what I'm saying is it's not theory. They are practical things. They are things that I experienced when working with people that are being displayed. And one of the challenges we face is, number one, is the insecurity issue. When we went for our intervention in Benue State, when we're in the camp, we receive an alert that there is an attack in another IDP camp. Wow. So it was difficult for us to really have a strong negotiation with the camp managers. We have camp managers, we have people who are working in the camp, we have volunteers, teachers. So it was difficult to really have a proper dialogue with the people at the camp there. And also, another challenges that we face, that I face specifically, is the issues of, trust among people who we are dialoguing with, especially with the camp officials and also the local communities because of probably, as corruption is everywhere. So they just want to get money. Even before you do anything, you have to pay them. You have to, give out something. And this, you have to give out something before you can come in because they believe that we come in here, probably we are bringing dollars, we are bringing money, or maybe we are politicians. So it really brings about this gap. It really creates issues in our successful implementations of programs. So what we have to do is to try to convince them that we are not politicians or we are not from the government because they believe that probably we are from the government and we are bringing more money, to share to them. And this creates the issue of trust, corruption, and other, internal issues, in trying to make sure that our negotiation is successful.
Okay, so you talked about being in one camp and an attack is happening in another camp and you got the alert. In that situation, when that kind of alert comes, what do you do? Hearing that there is an attack going on and you are in another camp, at that moment, what's the next step?
Yes, at that moment, there is need for you, I've lived in I've seen issues attack and series of conflicts, not just on books, not just in the classroom. And at that moment, since I'm a Nigerian, so it's not that I'm a white man, or it's not that maybe I'm an expert from that country. I just have to comfort myself with my team. And at that moment, we didn't go out because we were in the camp, because it's more dangerous for us to leave the camp because we might meet the militants, the Fulani heads militant, because that is usually the case that are in the middle belt part of Nigeria. So we just have to hold on, and there is need for us to call the security personnel, that is the Nigerian police, because this thing really happened in the distance from Makurdi, and Makurdi is the capital of Benue State. Now, the camp that we are is not far from Makurdi, the state capital. So there was a quick response from the state, from the police, that is the security personnel, in response to the attack. So we never leave the camp when the attack was ongoing. We just have to wait to ensure that everything has, calmed down. So that was what we did.
Wow. Thank you, Doctor. You mentioned something about genocide prevention, right? Essentially, it's how to avoid conflict, some kind of conflict. Are you trained, or is there some form of way you can tell when a conflict is about to happen? What are there signs that you get to see? Because it's good if we also know, so that even we too are not trained per se, but we to avoid it before it gets to that pinnacle.
All right, thank you so much, sir. In my organization, in Benue Weather International, we mostly do what we call a monthly training for the staffs, since we work in the field. It's not that we work in the office.
Okay.
We go to the field. So we have kind of a monthly training that the organization management train us on, especially on conflict sensitivity. That's what we call conflict sensitivity. Now, conflict sensitivity simply means the process of identifying the likelihood that a conflict will happen and taking action, which is called early warning sign. Early warning sign is just for you to be able to know this is going to happen. There is going to be an attack. There's going to be a conflict. There is an insecurity. You understand?
Yes.
So we conduct this, and also with this our tool, we call it security assessments. Before we go to any camp or before we go to any field, we firstly reach out to the people living in the camp or living in that community, because we have what we call a focal person. They will give us the updates, even together with security personnel that we have to conduct or reach out to. They give us an update before we go, out, for any intervention or any humanitarian programs. So we engage in training from our organization. We reach out to the people we want to, that we want to render our intervention for. Also, with the help of the security personnel, the Nigerian police, they also give us updates, kind of a regular update in case if there is going to be an attack or if there is an insecurity or incident of attack or kidnapping or whatsoever. Yeah.
So, I mean, how best can you now teach those of us that are not in your organization? Because the truth is, to be able to spot a conflict that is about to start can actually solve a lot of problems, rather than you being in there. No, we know there are some of them that start suddenly. But, I mean, if you can identify some small pockets of ideas or something, maybe you're in a place and I say, maybe a conflict about to start, what signs do you see? If you can teach us some of those ones so that we too can avoid it before they start or we get caught in the crossfire.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. As an expert, even if you are not an expert, even for the community that we render support or we render our intervention, we also engage them in this learning how to identify conflicts.
Okay.
And how do you identify conflicts? I'm going to say this in a practical aspect. Let's just forget about the academics now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when working in our intervention program in Iwajowa. Iwajowa is a local government in Oyo State. In 2023, September precisely, towards February, March 2024, we had an intervention program for elders farmers in that community in Oyo State. And when we were doing our intervention program for the community, for the elders, that is the Fulani and the
local
elders and the Awusas and the Yoruba, and local farmers there. At the point of when we were doing our programs, there was an attack on a farmer in his land, and that man was killed at that moment. We were having our workshop, and this thing happened. At that moment, there was confusion because we have the other actors, like the Fulanis, the Yorubas. The Fulani or elders has killed a farmer. And at that moment, you can know that there can be a retaliation.
Yes.
What we do at that time is to calm the atmosphere. Even the elders that were part of our programs have to leave because it can create tension at that moment. So later on, we have to organize, another intervention program for them on how to identify conflict. And one of them is when there is a disagreement, especially in an environment that is already prone to attack, or in an environment that there is already likelihood, because there is what we call low, medium, and high level risk environments.
Okay,
so
yes.
At that moment, at that moment we have to identify if there is going to be an attack. We have to inform you, we have to train the people. We are not living with them. They understand themselves better than us. So we have to identify what are the likelihood that conflict can occur or an attack can occur. And this can come in form of disagreement, maybe on resources, just like the case of elders, farmers, the issues of farming, in the issues of water and stuff like that. So they identify this, especially if you are in an environment of elders, farmers conflict, because violence or conflict comes in different ways. I'm just citing elders, farmers as an example.
As an example, yes.
Okay? So as an individual, you need to firstly identify the causes. What can bring this violence conflict in the community? What can trigger it? There's what we call things that trigger, and that can be aggressive of not agreeing on a particular thing or trying to settle for something and there was no. So this is something that is very important for one to know. Even if you are in the market and you discover that, oh, people that are here, they are so, kind of aggressive, they are not comfortable for them to resolve things, there is likelihood that conflict can happen. So as an individual, you have to leave that environment so that you'll not be, you'll not be found in the middle of
A
the
victim,
conflict.
yes, yes.
So I was very important, yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. So some people worry that talking to armed groups gives them power or recognition. So how do you talk to these groups without supporting violence? Hello, Doctor. Okay. Okay, the network.
Did you just flip the screen?
The network is.
But that's a very, very valid question. Because I know you mentioned it as if, for example, when that example they gave, and then he said they now had to create another workshop for the headers that just created the problem somewhere else.
Okay, all right. Doctor is back. Hello, Doctor.
Okay. So, yeah, can you hear me?
Go on, yes.
Did you get a question?
Yes, I do. Okay. Oh, no. Can you just recap?
Okay. Yes, I was saying that some people worry that talking to armed groups gives them power or recognition. How do you talk to these groups without supporting violence? Like you may using the
Hada Farmers example.
As an example, or federal government trying to talk to bandits, negotiate with bandits, and people feel, no, it's not good. How do you do this without supporting violence?
Thank you so much, ma'am. In the International Red Cross humanitarian law, there is what we call the principles. There's what we call principle of one. I think we have 3 or 4. We have impartiality, we have neutrality, we have independency or something. So as an organization, we are a neutral organization. We never support neither the bandits or anybody. We are neutral. And the reason why we are neutral is we want to render help for the people who are affected by conflicts. Because you just have to find a way to reach out to the vulnerable people. We have people dying there. We have a lot of people who are being displaced. We can live in our own comfort home here, in our offices, enjoying the atmosphere. But there are people there dying. And they need someone to come over. They need people to come to render help, because if not, they are going to, perish there. So as an organization, we never support or we never promote criminality. But rather, we are looking forward or looking for a way of ensuring that the programs or the intervention we are bringing in for the people have been delivered correctly. They are not in the wrong hand. For example, we are bringing food items, educational materials, trauma healing programs, and every other important things that these people need, humanitarian needs. It has to get to the people. And how does it get to the people when the roads is blocked? There's no way. Then you need to negotiate, especially with the people, especially with the conflict actors, the actors there, not just the bandit or the people who committed the crime, but even with the people, because it goes beyond negotiating with the bandit or negotiating with people committing the crime. And the essence for us doing that is to try to let them know that we are not here to create chaos, but we are here to bring peace for the local community affected by the conflict. So we have to talk to them, and they have to realize, because for every criminal, there is this iota of humanity in them.
Yes.
There is still that feeling that, yes, it depends on how we negotiate. If you go there with violence, definitely they will respond with violence. If you go there in peace and let them know that this is what we are bringing, definitely they will accept.
But what happens when one side no longer trusts your neutrality?
in that case, for the safety of you as an actor, you have to withdraw.
Okay.
If there is already a customer, yes, you have to withdraw. Or else you might be catch in the web of the, of the whole fire. So as an organization, we do not go because our life is also at risk.
Exactly.
And for you to continue, because it is those who are alive that can do humanitarian work, or that you can say, oh,
True.
I still want to give out to these people, I still need to reach out. So you need to secure life, your own life also. And that is what my boss always said, that Shegun, be careful, because she's an American. Yes, of course, we have to be careful, and you have to understand that when conflict is high, I remember when that happened in our intervention program in Oyo State, in the Wajowa local government. When that happens, and I gave my report to my boss, he said, I hope you are okay. She's an American. She said, I hope you are okay. Because your life matters also, so that you will not be catch in the web of. And if there is an insecurity, we don't go out at that time, because you cannot claim to be a Superman. You don't claim that in humanitarian work. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Olusegun. But we'll go on a quick break now. And when we come back, we have many, many other questions that we'll be throwing at you. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Under the bay, oh, 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 under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales, the wind.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, our everyday essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
And the rules hold the reasons why.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do also follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channel. Yes, we're still talking about negotiation in conflict zones in Africa, and we'll be having this robust conversation with Dr. Oluwasegun. Doctor, thank you for staying tuned.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, sir. Okay, so
Doctor,
Emmanuel.
I wanted to follow up from the last conversation we were having. I know your guy said you should save your head. Whenever, essentially that's what it is. Before you see anything, save your head first. Your safety is important. But how do you now calculate your success in events like that if you have to escape from a place where the thing is going to most likely cost you your life?
Yes. As an humanitarian worker, it is very, very important for you not to, just like what I said, that to claim Superman when you know that going to the very dangerous, because it is those who survive the war will be the one that will share the
Tell the
story.
story. You need to tell the story.
The story to the world. So in that aspect, your life is very, very much important than any result.
Okay.
And you don't just try to claim that, you have to get this done. When you know that your life is at risk, and even your team, you can't put them in danger. When you know that, so calculating success is your life is a success already.
Yeah.
So you don't claim you are trying to maybe you are trying to get promotion or you are trying to get favor, then you are endangering your life.
Promotion.
We don't work in that way.
Yeah.
We don't work in that way, sir.
Okay, so doctor, essentially I'll assume that one of the criteria will be you'll be insured. Because there are some times when even if you try, right, you might just get caught in the crossfire. Is insurance of a humanitarian officer enshrined as a guarantee before you get into these places?
Of course, in every, before you take a contract, I remember when I took my job, the contract, I can't really remember. Mostly it's always stated that you work in environments or community that is prone to diseases, that is prone to, to conflicts,
violence, yes,
that is highly, So before you sign the contract, just like our soldiers in Nigeria, you have signed a life. You understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
But, and that is the reason why when we work in all this zone, in all this conflict zone, we have to be very, very careful, very highly sensitive. Even you yourself, you must see yourself as part of the community that needs protection, because you don't know who and who, can, and because that is not your community. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm going to a community that I don't even understand their language.
Yeah.
Or I'm in the middle or in a place where their culture, their value is totally different. Then I will still need to look after my own welfare. I need to look after my own safety and the safety of my team. So, in working in the humanitarian sector, especially those on the field, you have to ensure your life, before anything, your life is very important. It's very, very important. Don't claim to be a Superman or don't claim to be an hero. You understand?
Yes.
So that is the way we operate.
All right, doctor. So why is it important to include local leaders and communities in humanitarian negotiations?
Yes. Thank you so much, including local leaders, religious leaders in our negotiation, in our humanitarian negotiation is very important. When you look at these are leaders, they are people who have followers at their back. They understand their people more than we that are coming in to render intervention. And there is what we call this respects. They command respects. They command, whatsoever they say, the followers follow them. I remember when we went to Benue State, because I always make a reference to Benue because we are more, mostly operate there. When we went to the IDP camp there, before we do anything, we first have to reach out to the camp manager.
Okay.
We can't just walk in and say, oh, we want to start rendering aid or trying to negotiate with the IDPs. It is not done in that way. So we have to reach out to the camp manager because the IDP camp is just like a community. It's a community on its own. So before we get in, they are the gatekeeper. So, and whatsoever, if they didn't allow us to go in, there's no way we can operate or to render intervention. So the essence why the community leaders, religious leaders are included in our humanitarian negotiation is to make our work very, very easy.
Okay.
When we have the community leaders, we talk to them, then they have a better map of situations, in their community, where conflict is, where we should not go, where we should go, stuff like that, the kind of help the people really need, even if we are trying to do our pre-survey. There's what we call pre-survey to understand the current situations of the people. They give us idea, then they help us in mobilization of the beneficiaries, people who really need the humanitarian intervention. And when they do this, they also help us in planning, in designing, in the implementations of our program. So without the community leaders, our humanitarian intervention might not be successful if we do not really get them involved. And we want them to take ownership. Ownership. When I say ownership, because we will leave the camp or we will leave the community, but how will the program be localized? It is these community leaders who we trust, who we depend on to help us in our humanitarian work. So that is the essence, some of the essence why we need the community leaders in our humanitarian negotiation. And I want also to create, for us to know this, humanitarian negotiation is not just about dialogue.
Okay.
It's not just only on dialogue. It's part of our humanitarian process, our humanitarian intervention. So it's not just talk. It goes beyond that. It's about action. It's about working together with the people.
Okay, so what usually goes wrong when local voices are left out?
Yes. There is what we call impositions of ideas or impositions of value, which doesn't go well. When we are trying to bring, I'm trying now, for example, I live in Lagos, and I'm trying to go to, let's say, for example, I'm going to Kano. I'm bringing my idea of Lagos as an imposition of the people, and the people don't like it. It's not part of their value. Then what I'm bringing will fail. It will fail. In humanitarian negotiation, there is what we call localization. Localization, I've said this before, it's about people taking ownership. We are just bringing this to them. Look at this. Is this thing fit to your people? Is this thing fit in? Will it really help? Is this what really you people really need? They'll look at it. If they say, oh, this, we should try to adjust it. We'll listen to them because they know what is really paining them. For example, in a community that really need water, they need water. That is their problem. And you go ahead to make solar panel for them. At the end of the day, those solar, they will take it and sell it and use it to buy food or use it to buy water. Because it is not solar panel or solar system they need. What they need is water. So the people who we are trying to support, we need to understand them. We understand them that this is what they need. Then afterward, we allow them to take ownership in terms of this is our issue. We are just going to guide them through and let them, okay, this is the way it should be, okay. We make them part of our team, for us to really have a successful implementations of our programs.
Okay, so Doctor, I know some of the challenges that you probably have is when as a humanitarian worker you want to pass on your ideas or your policies or your suggestions to people, and you have to take cognizance that these people interpret it differently, especially based on gender, right? For example, you are in a conflict zone and you want to pass a general information, but you have to pay attention to the fact that there are more women or more children or more men. How do you ensure these are taken care of so that your message hits everybody and you get the required results that you set out to meet?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. That is the place where the community leader comes in. Because at the time, we can't reach out to everybody at a time. You maybe in a population of 10,000 people living in a community or living in IDP camp, It's very difficult for you to reach out to everybody, including the women. So what we do is to work with the camp manager, for example. That is the IDP manager or community leader, in terms of selection of household leaders in each household, and also involving women leaders who are, very prominent in the communities. So we're kind of doing a kind of working with the community leaders or the camp managers. Then the camp manager help us in kind of doing random selections of household leaders who will ensure that there is a kind of a gender balance. And that is the place where we involve the women leaders, women who are more, taking command, then it really helps us to reach out to wider, to ensure we have a gender balance so that nobody is left behind. Just like what I said, it's kind of little bit tricky when you have overflowing or highly populated community. It's very difficult for you to really reach out to everybody. So then we have to work with the community leaders, the camp managers, then work with each household leaders, then also work with women leaders, to ensure that nobody is being left. So that's the way we operate. And I think we did same, when we went to Benue State, when we're trying to conduct a survey and also distribute reliefs, materials to the people in IDP camp in Makurdi, Benue State.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. This question is very important to me because
don't worry,
when it comes to women, I make sure I take it a little bit personal. So oftentimes, I know you've mentioned women leaders, but women are often missing from negotiation spaces. From your experience, what changes when women are included? Hello, Doctor.
Yes, thank you so much, Ma. Yes, I can hear you. Can you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So in our programs, we've been involving women as part of our negotiators, facilitators, because we conduct seminars, workshops for local communities, whereby we always involve women. One of the ethics of my boss, she's a woman. My boss is a woman. She always made mention of inclusion of women. Anytime we are trying to do on any humanitarian work, she always said, Shegun, put women. We need to involve women. And that has also been part of me. So any programs we are doing, we involve women in our programs. And because women always bring this motherly affection, especially when a time of aggressiveness or when there is high tension. Women are like water, whereby when you pour them on fire, they quench it. Or when their environment is so hot, when women speak, people listen. So we engage women in our programs. I remember the program we had in Oyo State. We had women as part of our training. We have, I think we have two facilitators or so. Then we involve women as part of our facilitators, to ensure there is a gender, even if it's just 60-40, but at least it closes the gap, when women are being involved in our programs. So women are definitely well included in our work.
Okay.
Can some of your work be taught in schools so that at least we start to groom children to learn some of the things that you do? Like, catch them young, as they say.
How to negotiate.
Yeah, how to negotiate.
Yes, there is, of course, I think in Nigerian curriculum, there is peace. I don't know if it has really been implemented. Peace education. I don't know if it's fully implemented in primary and secondary level. But of
maybe
course,
it's civic education. But I don't
yes,
think any of my kids
I think maybe just a
said anything like that. Yeah.
Okay, of course, what can be included as part of subjects, especially when it comes to the aspect of, I'm trying to look at the interfaith dialogue, whereby we want to bring about social cohesion between the Christian, between the Muslims, and also the different ethnic Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and every other ethnic group. Of course, it can be taught because it's also part of what we do, in terms of interfaiths, whereby we involve religious leaders, Christians, Muslims, and so definitely it can be taught in schools.
Okay, young people are often seen, or rather, often seen only as victims. Nobody sees them as any other thing. They see them as troublemakers. What role can young people play in reducing conflicts and supporting peace?
All right, thank you for that question. I think this question is very, very valid because in Lagos State, in Ekpe precisely, we had a project for young people, for young girls in secondary school specifically, about peace building, about menstrual, about governance, about how they can make their community a better place. And by the time we concluded this project, we had this project in 2014. Yeah, 2014. Yes, we had this project with local youths and also teenagers, specifically in secondary school. And their response about how they can make Nigeria a better place was so superb. Majority of them say yes, they want to be part of the solution in their community. Since some of their communities does not really have the basic social amenities, they say they would love to be a local government chairman. They would love to, get involved in politics in order to, give back to their community, make life a better place for them. So their response was so good, and we believe that when youth are given the real support, not a lip sync or a just talk support, youth will do a better thing. They will have a better, impact in their community wherever they find themselves. So I believe that youth, because I was also a youth and I was given the opportunity, to work in this field. So I believe a lot of youth has this potential. I think we just need to have the right support, the right mentorship. For many of our millions of youth in Nigeria, there is, we all know that Nigeria, we are not lazy. It's just that we need the necessary environment, we need the right environment. Nigerians are always, just like what we always say that Nigeria know they carry last. So we don't carry last. And I believe when we give our youth the right support, they can do a lot of things.
All right, Doctor. I mean, I like the approaches that we've been using, but in your own assessment, I know you said you've done this for like over 4 years. In your assessment, do you think that government has been doing enough in terms of, humanitarian aid? Because we know we had a lot of IDP camps in different parts of the country. Would you say that governments have been doing enough, whether state, local, or federal?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. The government have been doing, to my best of knowledge, and I'm not representing any government or anybody.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question. If I asked the government person, I know the answer I was expecting.
So for me, I think the government are not really doing enough. because I'll be very frank and I'll be very, very real about the humanitarian intervention we have in Nigeria.
Okay.
As we know that corruption are in every area. Corruptions go deep. And I'll even use the last, these programs by the former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, late Muhammadu Buhari, may his soul rest in peace. There is this Empower the program, because it's part of the Ministry of Humanitarian something. And for some cohorts or sets of people of the Empower, the former minister, I can't really remember her name, the money meant for the intervention for the unemployed youth there was no account for it. Now, that is for the unemployed youth because it's under the Ministry of Humanitarian and Social something. Now, going to those that are living in the IDP camp, if, for example, go to the nearest IDP camp, you can go to the one in Abuja. We have IDP camp in Abuja. I can't really remember the location. We have those in Benue State, we have in the Borno State and every other places where there is camp. The life of the people there, people that are there are really suffering. I've worked in IDP camp and I've seen, when I say hell, they are hell, hell on earth. Most of these camps are experiencing it. I know that the government are pumping money, but the money or the resources is not getting to where it should get to. Maybe just a little drop are being given. So I believe that accountability, transparency, and also trusts are missing in the intervention programs of the government, especially those that are handling the humanitarian intervention. So the government really need to do well in terms of the programs of intervention so that these interventions get to the people that need it.
Okay, so
thank you.
Looking beyond emergencies, how can humanitarian negotiation help bring long-term peace and not just short-term aid?
Yes, looking at the humanitarian negotiation, it does a lot of work because that is what I use. I was certified by Center for Humanitarian CCHNI, Center for Competency on Humanitarian Negotiation in Geneva. And we were told that applications of the various skills or techniques will ensure a successful implementations of programs, of projects, and this has really worked well for me as an individual and even for my organization. So humanitarian negotiation will definitely
Hello, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Well, I think we can't hear him at all.
Hello, doctor. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll probably get him back. You know when I asked that question, I wanted him to add the one about the government, if they are doing enough. I wanted to hear from somebody who has been a receiver rather than being a government official, because essentially it's supposed to be a way of feedback. And then he answered, and then he answered again. He gave a positive and then a negative. Like they need to improve on a lot, because sometimes they feel like, oh, we're giving this intervention, it's enough, and then it just rests there. There's no accountability, there's no checks. But that these things that we're doing service, even getting to the right people. And I like the fact that he has mentioned it perhaps a good feedback for them, so that they can put monitoring systems, so that whatever intervention they're doing gets to the right people. But that's the only time it's successful.
All right, welcome back, doctor.
All right, so sorry for that break.
Okay.
No worry, we understand.
as I was saying, that being a certified humanitarian negotiator really helped me, especially working with people that I cannot even speak their language, that I don't understand their values. Working as a humanitarian negotiation and applications of humanitarian negotiation skills brings a kind of understanding, brings people together, brings the actors, the government, stakeholders in planning, in designing, in implementation. And as I said, that humanitarian negotiation is not just only about dialogue. It is part of a project implementation that can bring sustainable, long-lasting peace to a community. And as we know that where communication is lacking, there's going to be challenges. So humanitarian negotiation bridge that gap between the humanitarian actors and the conflict actors or stakeholders, whereby projects are being implemented. So we cannot run away from negotiating. Every day we negotiate. Every day we dialogue. Every day we come together. We try to ensure things work the way it should work. So continuous dialogue brings about long-lasting peace because it always, identify challenges, brings solutions, make things to move forward, things to remain stagnant.
Okay, you also worked with the idea of positive peace. Excuse me. What does positive peace mean, and why is it important after conflict?
All right, thank you so much for that very important question. In peace, we have different types of peace. We have positive peace and we have negative peace. For positive peace, it's just about the structure. It's all about the institution. Positive peace is not a tangible thing. It's about the structure. In Rotary International and also the Institute for Economics and Peace, IEP, they are the one I think that bring about the idea of positive peace, which has to include a good governance. It has to include freedom from corruption. It has to include a better justice system. It has to include a good democracy that works. These are positive peace. It's different from the negative peace of using war, of trying to force people, to accept your peace proposal.
Yes.
So positive peace, it's about putting the right structure in place. When there is quality education, when there is good livelihood, when there is healthcare system that is working, when there is security, these are structure. When you put all these things, they are positive peace that is needed. And in Nigeria, for example, we need that kind of peace. It's not the kind of peace that today you use force on some people to accept your proposal. That is negative peace because it wouldn't last long. But when you have positive peace, whereby the unemployed youth in Nigeria are given a good job, corruption, Nigeria is free from corruption, things will work. When the roads are good, are okay, industries will come, people will come, investors. When our justice system is working, nobody will be denying their justice. Nobody will not just be killed like a chicken when they are sleeping. When the justice system are working, these are, components. I'm just trying to, pick points about this positive peace. And it works in a place where the systems are really are really good. So we cannot be claiming there is peace in the north when positive peace is not being implemented. We cannot say we have defeated Boko Haram We cannot say we have defeated bandits when majority of the people living in the northern part of the country are living below one in a day spending. They are living below $1. You don't expect a place where there is poverty. You don't expect peace to reign there. So when the government are doing, when we are doing as a citizen, we are doing the right thing, then there's going to be long, sustainable peace, not the kind of peace that we think is a peace. We need positive peace in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor, for that. So looking to the future, how does humanitarian negotiation need to change to match today's conflicts?
Yes, of course, everyday things are changing, and even when we are in the age of AI, artificial intelligence, we see what is happening across the world. We see how governments of the world are involving in, when we say international conflict, security, Russia, US, China, and the US, and various things are happening. And for me, as an humanitarian negotiation, and also who is adopting the techniques and the principles of the humanitarian negotiation, I think I just have to continue learning. We have to keep learning. We have to keep being part of the process of trying to bring peace, of trying to bring, hope for the hopeless, trying to render humanitarian service. So I believe that the use of the humanitarian negotiation need to continue, involving, being part of the solution, not just to talk, but being part of the community that have been, faced with conflict and trying to bring about solution, to the world that we are currently living in.
Doctor, I want to put you on the spot. Share with us one success story or something event that you're a part of that will never leave your mind because you experienced it. Share with us that experience.
Okay, very good. Okay, my first project as when I took this job in 2001, in 2021, sorry.
Okay.
At that time, I was a fellow of Teach for Nigeria, and I has never implemented a project in my life. And at that time, I was just an ambassador for my organization, Fairweather International. And there was an issue. I don't know if you are used to Ogun State, Shagam.
Okay,
I don't know
I
if
know
you are
Shagam.
used to
Yes.
that place.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we have this, formerly Shagam have experienced inter-ethnic and religious violence in the past.
Okay.
And of course, there will still be an iota of these differences between Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and also others, farmers issues. So at that time, my organization, at that time I was just an ambassador. I was not even employed. But she saw my work, someone referred me to her, and she loved what I'm doing. And we said, okay, I discovered that there's an issue in Shagam between the Fulani and the Yoruba, kind of disagreement and stuff like that. So we hosted a kind of a 2-day workshop. First day was to support children in low-income community with educational materials, which was very successful. We support children who cannot afford books, educational materials. We support them. While the second day, we implemented a project on elders farmers, reducing the impact of conflict between elders farmers in Shagam. So we were able to bring in key stakeholders like the Teriki Fulani in Sabo in Shagam, and also we bring also other key stakeholders that are Yorubas and also some Awusas together to dialogue on how to foster, because Shagam is known for peace and is known for togetherness of different tribes because of the trade of these kola nuts. If we know the history of Shagam very well, the kola nuts from Kano to Shagam, stuff like that. So we try to bring about this project of fostering peace between the two groups. We brought about 50 participants, especially the key stakeholders, and it was a very huge success. And that led us to expand our project beyond Shagam, whereby we had a project in Ekpe. We had a project, that was after that project, led us to going to the north. So from there, it led us working with non-profit CSOs in Plateau State, in Kaduna State, in Benue State, and also in Abuja. Now, this also expanded in 2024. We were able to, because I'm just bringing the success. So I cannot forget that my first project of fostering peace between the various tribes, the Fulani and also the Yorubas in Shagam. So that led us to, it led to many of our projects in Nigeria.
Wow.
All right. A very big congratulations, I must say. Doctor, if any African leaders or if African leaders were watching right now, what is one thing you would ask them to do differently?
Okay. Yes. For me, I think what I will ask that leader to do is to help those living in IDP camp.
Okay.
They should, they really need help. When I say help, they are living in a different, some of them don't even know they are living in Nigeria because of the current situations there. So for me, I will say the people living in the IDP camp need our help because they are the one in the middle of conflicts. They are the one facing violence, especially the women and young girls there. A lot of them are really, really suffering. And our leaders need to do more in helping these people who are already in the middle of conflict in Benue State, in Maiduguri, in Borno states, and other parts of the country, that are currently faced with humanitarian crisis.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwasegun. Thank you for coming on the show today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, Doctor, you said you live in Lagos, but where are you from? This is just Africa.
I'm from Ekiti.
Okay, you are from Ekiti State. So you're going to greet our viewers and our audience using, I don't know the dialect you speak there, but you're going to greet them, you're going to tell them to...
Set up.
You're going to tell them to keep watching Just Africa. You're going to tell them to keep watching SOUQ News and to subscribe to SOUQ News in your dialect, not in English. So, Doctor, I'm waiting for you. I know the network must work.
Okay, I'm going to speak Yoruba. Let me just use Yoruba, which can bring more audience and more people that can understand what I'm saying. Okay, yeah. So, listen, ẹ̀ka sàn gbogbo ilé àti àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ alágbàtà wa, àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe bẹ̀bẹ̀ tán rí pé SOUQ News ó ń tẹ̀síwájú. Mo fẹ́ lo àǹfààní yìí láti lè sọ fún wa kẹ́ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ subscribe. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ti subscribe, ẹ rí pé ẹ share kí àwọn èèyàn kọ́ click kọ́ dẹ̀ máa follow SOUQ News. And also, mo fẹ́ kí ẹ rí pé ẹ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ in terms of promoting this láti lè gbé SOUQ News yìí sókè. So ẹ ràn organization lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o.
Doctor.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for coming on
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Doctor helps us to do PR.
You know, that's how it should be, you know.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about negotiation, peace and everything. Like he rightly said, it's not all about dialogue. It goes beyond that.
Yeah.
After talking, what next? What are the actions that are...
So that's what makes it sustainable.
Exactly. That's what will make the peace to be live very long.
I like the fact. As I like the fact that I asked that when I asked that question. Oh, are these things taught in schools? Because when you start to groom it from small, people now see it as a way of life. Find a way to always negotiate out of problems.
Yes.
Discuss problems. I mean, don't let it become a big issue before you start to address it. Some little pockets of conversations, and you know how to avoid it. And of course, that part where I was taking away is don't be a Superman. When you know you have tried all your entreaties and it's not working, carry yourself and go home.
Yeah.
Don't strategize. Don't be a superhero. Because I don't know, there's somebody that is alive that will tell the story.
Yeah, he said being alive is a success story. That's what doctor said.
So there's no that is taken away. Try your best. When your best is not good enough, it's not a failure.
Yeah.
You can go and strategize and come back.
Exactly.
But at least at that moment, go away. So that you can even live to say, okay, I did this thing, I didn't work. I mean, you're alive to still tell that part of the story. So it's a good one. It's
a very good one. So, conflict destroys lives. But silence and exclusion make it last longer. So, real peace is not built only in meeting rooms or signed on paper. It is built when people are heard, when communities are included, and when dialogue replaces distance. Humanitarian negotiation is not about choosing sides, like he said, staying neutral. Yeah. It is about choosing life. Local inclusion is not an option. It is the path to trust, dignity, and lasting peace. If Africa's conflict zones are to heal, those closest to the pain must also be closest to the solutions. That's how we've come to the end of today's episode of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channel. Until we come your way tomorrow, I am Umevi Idolo. And from me and Emmanuel, we're saying thank you for watching.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa. Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity,
and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success. And this, Aig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Aig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Aig Imokwede is back again. Aig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Aig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who founded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. and I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder officially, because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3. at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Tested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1, but we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And then when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi and Relay Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in Angle 90, some people in Angle 180, some people in Angle 360, some people in Angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8-9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. The witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem, and I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, GoTV. GoTV night every day, they've had about 29 GoTV sessions. You know what that means? GoTV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Etiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Vice President Kashim Shettima leads Nigeria's delegation to 56th World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, scheduled from January 19th to 23rd, 2026. The federal ministry denies Northern Elders' claims, says Lagos Gold Refinery does not breach federal character principle. Kenya launches sale of 65% stake in state's oil pipeline, targeting $825 million IPO, largest in East Africa. European Union ambassadors agreed to pressure President Trump against tariffs, preparing retaliatory measures if implemented. And on to sports, Senegal beats host Morocco 1-0 in dramatic, controversy-filled AFCON final after extra time. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Vice President Kashim Shettima is leading Nigeria's delegation to the 56th annual meeting of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, scheduled from January 19th to 23rd, 2026. Shettima's arrival in Switzerland follows his visit to Conakry, Guinea, on Friday, where he represented President Bola Tinubu at the inauguration of President Mamadi Doumbouya. The Davos Summit brings together global political and business leaders to discuss economic trends, investment opportunities, and international cooperation. Officials said Nigeria's delegation will engage in discussions on trade, investment, sustainable development, and energy, seeking partnerships and solutions to support economic growth. Analysts note that participation at the forum provides Nigeria an opportunity to showcase reforms, attract investment, and strengthen diplomatic ties, while reinforcing the government's commitment to global collaboration and economic diplomacy in key sectors shaping both domestic and regional development. The federal government plans to spend about 206.5 billion naira on poverty alleviation projects in the 2026 budget, representing less than 1% of the total 58.47 trillion naira spending proposal submitted to the National Assembly. A review of project-level data from the 2026 Appropriation Bill shows that all items directly targeted to poverty reduction across ministries, departments, and agencies, and the service-wide vote sum to 206.5 billion naira. Officials said the allocation is intended to support targeted interventions, including social safety nets, skills acquisition programs, and livelihood initiatives for vulnerable populations. Analysts note the proportionally small share raises concerns about the adequacy of funding to meaningfully impact poverty rates. Government sources, however, say the 2026 budget includes complementary programs aimed at economic growth, job creation, and infrastructure development, which they expect will indirectly contribute to reducing poverty nationwide. The federal government has unveiled a comprehensive framework to strengthen the maintenance and preservation of public assets across Nigeria, officials said in a recent statement. The initiative is being driven by the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development through the Department of Federal Public Assets Maintenance, FPAM, which developed the framework to improve oversight and operational standards. According to the ministry, the framework contains standard operating procedures designed to ensure effective, uniform, and sustainable maintenance of federal public assets nationwide. Analysts say the initiative could reduce deterioration of infrastructure, extend asset lifespans, and promote efficient public resource use. Officials emphasize that the program aims to professionalize assets management, enhance accountability, and deliver long-term value for citizens while supporting broader goals of national development, urban planning, and infrastructure sustainability across the country. The Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals Development has denied claims by the Northern Elders Forum that the federal government violated the federal character principle by citing a gold refinery in Lagos, officials said on Sunday. The ministry clarified the position in a statement issued in Abuja by the Special Assistant on Media to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Mr. Segun Tomori. According to the ministry, the choice of Lagos for the refinery was based on logistical considerations, access to ports, and industrial infrastructure, not regional favoritism. Officials said the project aims to boost domestic gold processing, create jobs, and strengthen Nigeria's mining sector. The ministry urged stakeholders to focus on economic benefits and national development rather than regional politics, noting that similar projects are being planned in other parts of the country to ensure equitable distribution and adherence to federal character principles in the broader solid minerals sector. Dangote Group has signed a contract valued at over $350 million with India's state-owned Engineers India Limited, EIL, for the expansion of its Lagos refinery, EIL said in a recent statement. Under the agreement, EIL will serve as project management consultant, PMC, and engineering procurement and construction management consultant for the expansion, replicating its role in delivering the existing 650,000 barrels per day refinery commissioned in 2024. Officials said the partnership aims to enhance the refinery's capacity, efficiency, and operational standards. Analysts note that involving an experienced international consultant is expected to accelerate project delivery, ensure adherence to global best practices, and strengthen Nigeria's domestic refining sector. The expansion is anticipated to increase local fuel production, reduce import dependency, and support downstream industrial development, while positioning Dangote Group as a key player in regional energy markets. The National Agricultural Land Development Authority has received a major boost to the 2026 appropriation bill with a total allocation of 25 billion naira, up from 7.43 billion naira in 2025, the federal government announced. In 2025, the agency's allocation was entirely for capital expenditure, covering land acquisition, land clearing, and the purchase of agricultural equipment to enhance food production across the country. There were no separate provisions for recurrent costs in that year's budget. Officials said the 2026 allocation will support both capital and operational needs, enabling NALDA to expand land development projects, deploy modern farming technology, and improve staff capacity for nationwide agricultural initiatives. Analysts say the increase demonstrates government commitment to boosting domestic food production, enhancing agricultural productivity, and reducing reliance on food imports, while ensuring the authority can sustain operations and achieve long-term development in the country's farming sector. A group of onlookers reportedly began scooping diesel after a 45,000-litre tanker overturned on Liverpool Bridge, outward Apapa, Tinkan Island, Lagos. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service confirmed the tanker has been secured to prevent secondary incidents, while security personnel worked to disperse the crowd and contain the situation. Authorities warned that handling spilled fuel poses serious fire and health risks, urging residents to stay clear of the site. Analysts said the incident highlights challenges in managing emergency response in densely populated and high-traffic industrial areas. The fire service said operations would continue until the tanker is safely operated and any remaining diesel properly recovered, stressing the need for strict safety measures and public awareness to prevent accidents and further hazards. Still to come in the news, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung said, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni agreed on Monday to expand cooperation in key sectors, including artificial intelligence. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Bar of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theatre, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Kenya began selling a 65% stake in its state oil pipeline company on Monday, aiming to raise 106.3 billion shillings, that is $825 million, in what will become East Africa's largest initial public offering, officials have said. The sale is part of President William Ruto's broader plan to divest from state-owned enterprises to raise funds for new infrastructure projects and the nation's sovereign wealth fund. Analysts said the IPO could unlock significant capital for development while modernizing the energy sector and improving efficiency in pipeline operations. Officials added that the government is also reducing its stake in Safaricom, the country's leading telecom operator, as part of ongoing privatization efforts. Market watchers say these moves signal Kenya's commitment to attracting private investment, boosting public finances, and promoting broader economic reforms while balancing strategic control over key national assets amid rising domestic and regional demand for infrastructure development. Libya's central bank announced a 14.7% devaluation of the dinar on Sunday, setting the exchange rate at 6.3759 to the US dollar amid ongoing political and economic turmoil. This is the currency's second adjustment in less than a year, following a 13.3% devaluation in April 2025 that set the rate at 5.5677 dinars per dollar. Officials cited the need to stabilize the economy, manage inflation, and support foreign exchange reserves as key reasons for the latest devaluation. Analysts warn that repeated currency adjustments could erode purchasing power, increase import costs, and heighten economic uncertainty. Businesses and citizens are expected to face higher prices for imported goods and services. The central bank said it would monitor the market closely and implement further measures to maintain financial stability amid Libya's ongoing fiscal and political challenges. Indonesia's government could cease mining activities spanning about 190,000 hectares of illegally cleared forest as authorities intensify a crackdown on unlawful extraction in the resource-rich archipelago, the Deputy Forestry Minister said earlier today. The official disclosed this during a parliamentary hearing, noting that investigations have identified widespread violations involving mining and plantation operations in protected forest areas. Authorities say enforcement is aimed at restoring environmental integrity and ensuring compliance with national land use laws. Indonesia's unprecedented campaign has seen military-led teams take control of palm oil plantations and mining sites, unsettling industry players. The crackdown has pushed global palm oil prices higher amid fears of reduced output and has also fueled rallies in metals such as tin. Analysts say prolonged enforcement could disrupt supply chains and investment sentiment, while officials argue tougher action is necessary to curb environmental damage, protect forests, and restore regulatory credibility across the natural resources sector. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni agreed on Monday to expand cooperation in key sectors, including artificial intelligence, aerospace, semiconductor chips, and critical minerals, the Blue House has said. Meloni is visiting South Korea for summit talks with Lee, during which both leaders discussed strategies to deepen economic, technological, and industrial partnerships between the two nations. Officials said the agreement aims to boost research and development, strengthen supply chains, and promote joint investments in high-tech industries. Analysts note that collaboration on AI, aerospace, and critical minerals could enhance competitiveness and innovation, while providing strategic advantages in global markets. The leaders emphasized mutual benefits, including technology transfer, industrial growth, and increased trade, signaling a long-term commitment to strategic cooperation and closer diplomatic and economic ties between South Korea and Italy. China's economy grew 5.0% in 2025, meeting the government's target by capturing a record share of global demand for goods, offsetting weak domestic consumption, officials have said. Since the 2021 property sector crash, Beijing has prioritized industrial output over consumer spending, directing resources toward factories and manufacturing to meet ambitious growth targets. Analysts say this approach helped blunt the impact of U.S. tariffs, but created overcapacity in multiple sectors. Officials noted that factories increasingly rely on overseas buyers to absorb excess production, with exports supporting employment and economic stability. However, experts warn the model is becoming harder to sustain as global demand fluctuates and domestic consumption remains subdued. Policymakers face pressure to rebalance the economy, strengthen domestic demand, and address structural inefficiencies while maintaining growth and competitiveness in international markets. Wedding vendors at SOUQ Bridal City in Suzhou, one of China's largest wedding dress markets, are hopeful that positive marriage trends will continue this year, industry sources said on Monday. The optimism follows a rise in marriages during the first 9 months of 2025, offering a bright spot in China's otherwise challenging population landscape. Official data released on Monday show the country's birth rate fell to a record low last year, while the total population declined for the 4th consecutive year. Analysts say the trend highlights a growing focus on marriage and social stability, even as demographic pressures mount. Vendors expect steady demand for bridal services and related industries, seeing opportunities in an aging population and declining fertility rates. Officials warn that sustained economic incentives and social policies may be needed to support both marriage and family formation, ensuring long-term demographic and economic balance in the country. Japan and the United States have shortlisted several projects as the first candidates under Tokyo's planned $550 billion US-bound investment, according to reports. One of the highlighted projects involves Japan's SoftBank Group, reflecting interest in technology, infrastructure, and innovation sectors. Officials say the initial selection aims to identify projects with high economic impact, job creation potential, and strategic importance for bilateral cooperation. Analysts note that the investment plan is part of broader efforts to strengthen economic ties, enhance supply chain resilience, and support sustainable development initiatives. Both governments are expected to finalize details, including financing, timelines, and regulatory approvals in the coming months. The initiative signals Japan's commitment to expanding influence in the U.S. economy while fostering technological partnerships and strategic economic collaboration between the two nations. Still to come in the news, the Kremlin said on Monday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has been invited to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. This is the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back.
rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insights, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
Thank you for staying with us. European Union ambassadors reached a broad agreement on Sunday to step up efforts to dissuade U.S. President Donald Trump from imposing tariffs on European allies while preparing retaliatory measures should the duties be implemented. Trump vowed on Saturday to impose a wave of increasing tariffs from February 1st on EU members Denmark, Sweden, France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Finland, as well as Britain and Norway, until the U.S. is allowed to purchase Greenland. The announcement sparked strong condemnation from major EU states, which described the move as a form of blackmail. Officials said the EU strategy combines diplomatic engagement, trade negotiations, and readiness for countermeasures to protect member economies. Analysts warn that escalating tariff threats could disrupt global trade, raise prices, and heighten geopolitical tensions. The EU emphasized unity among member states and a coordinated approach to ensure economic and political resilience amid rising US-EU friction. Bolivia's centrist government has pledged to respect all existing hydrocarbons and lithium agreements as part of efforts to rebuild investor confidence after years of political and economic instability, the country's energy minister said. Mauricio Medinaceli, appointed by President Rodrigo Paz in November, told reporters that the government would uphold deals signed by the previous leftist administration with countries including Russia and China, even if it disagrees with the methods used to award them. Officials said the commitment is intended as a first message to investors, signaling policy stability and continuity in strategic energy and mineral sectors. Analysts note that honoring existing contracts could attract fresh foreign investment, stabilize production, and support Bolivia's broader economic recovery plans while balancing domestic priorities and regulatory oversight. The government emphasized that future projects would follow transparent procedures to maintain credibility with both local and international stakeholders. And now France moved closer to a 2026 budget deal on Monday after the government presented a last-minute proposal making concessions to most political parties. Senior socialist lawmaker Boris Vallot told daily newspaper Le Parisien. President Emmanuel Macron's government lacks a parliamentary majority, and budget negotiations in the fragmented legislature have dragged on for months. Lawmakers had previously approved a rollover budget to maintain government operations while talks continued. Analysts say the new proposal aims to balance fiscal responsibility with political compromise, addressing key spending priorities while securing enough support to pass the budget. Officials hope the agreement will stabilize public finances, provide certainty for public services, and restore confidence among investors and citizens. Observers note that any failure could disrupt government operations and impact economic planning as France enters the 2026 fiscal year. The Kremlin said on Monday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has been invited to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace, a proposal Moscow says it is currently studying. Officials in Moscow said they hope the invitation will open channels for dialogue and contacts with Washington regarding the initiative. The Kremlin has not confirmed whether Putin will accept, but emphasized Russia's interest in exploring international cooperation on peace and security matters. Analysts said the move could be largely symbolic, aiming to showcase diplomatic engagement, but noted it comes amid ongoing tensions between the two powers. Observers said any potential participation would depend on substantive agendas, mutual trust, and alignment of interests, with the outcome likely to influence perceptions of U.S.-Russia relations in global media and political circles, while signaling Washington's intent to involve Moscow in broader diplomatic discussions. And now moving on to sports, Senegal defeated host Morocco 1-0 after extra time in dramatic and controversy-filled Africa Cup of Nations final on Sunday, amid facial scenes on the field. The match saw Senegal briefly storm off in protest after a penalty was awarded against them, before returning to complete play. Midfielder Pape Gueye scored the decisive goal in the 94th minute, sealing the victory for the West African side. Morocco had a chance to win in normal time when star player Brahim Diaz stepped up for a last-minute gas penalty following a 14-minute delay, but he missed, leaving the home side stunned. Analysts said the final highlighted both the intensity of continental competition and the fine margins that determine AFCON glory, while Senegal celebrated their second continental title amid a tense and dramatic showdown in front of thousands of fans. Still in sports, Nigeria's Super Eagles earned 3.56 billion naira for finishing third at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations after defeating Egypt 4-2 on penalties in the bronze medal match in Casablanca. The encounter ended 0-0 after regulation time, forcing a shootout to decide the winner. Goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali emerged as the hero of the night, saving 2 Egyptian spot kicks to secure victory for Nigeria. The result delivered the Super Eagles' 9th third-place finish in AFCON history, reinforcing the team's reputation for consistency at the continental level. The third-place finish also came with a significant financial reward under the revised AFCON prize structure, boosting Nigeria's earnings from the tournament. Analysts say the performance and prize money provide momentum for future competitions, while attention now turns to rebuilding and strengthening the squad ahead of World Cup qualifiers and upcoming international fixtures. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Vice President Kashim Shettima leads Nigeria's delegation to the 56th World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, scheduled from January 19th to 23rd, 2026. A federal ministry denies Northern Elders' claim, says Lagos Gold Refinery does not breach federal character principle. Kenya launches sale of 65% stake in state oil pipeline targeting $825 million IPO, largest in East Africa. European Union ambassadors agreed to pressure President Trump against tariffs, preparing retaliatory measures if implemented. And in sports, Senegal beats host Morocco 1-0 in dramatic controversy-filled AFCON final after extra time. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon. The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program. and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and imposed as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have achieved so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties, we just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our institution in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interests of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interests of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Olumorok, Lishabi and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
Brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbunguakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it cures malaria. And if you drink from a stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nothing more to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumorok, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumorok. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumorok, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumorok begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
This is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumorok. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumorok is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumorok, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumorok is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, was a two-top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rusty roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under Old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Fareku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egba to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumorok during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egba to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in the Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge under it. Olu alu mo funwa. God molded the rock for a refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abeokuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abeokuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He prayed for Egba unity. Also the climbers of Ulumo Rock so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Ulumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Ulumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Laki of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okiono, Agura of Bagura, and Uluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they're looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Ulumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chains of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbo Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbua-Kala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the just a little write-off. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba quality cocoa. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality Gia cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the Nile study Yalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Yalumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear out the go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, God of Iron, the famous God of Iron. So we have a baobab tree. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afon-Apunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It Botanica Sadansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. Wanipo do ikapa, apa okapa, wado ikai Gyoshi, apa okoshi, wado ika konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta, and the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas, and we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. Yeah. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then, now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. you know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Bokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do... They have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, the LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power off the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students